welcome everyone to our board meeting. This board meeting of June 8th, 2020 is now called to order. I ask that you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and mute your microphones. Vice President Jeffrey Morgan will be leading us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, how to find the mute button. Thank you, Vice President Morgan, for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I am Amanda Galbraith, and I'm the board president. You will hear me conducting this meeting throughout the process. I want to remind everyone, as you present, to please state your name so that all know who you are. Jane, can you please take roll call for us?
Yes, ma'am. Board President Galbraith.
Here, present.
Vice President Morgan.
Present.
Secretary Scott.
Present.
Board Member Cullen.
Present.
Board Member Coleman.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane. We have a quorum. Once again, I just want to welcome everyone out to our meeting tonight. I know that we have a lot of people throughout the community who are joining us today. We're excited to have you. We are going to get started with our Dr. Cleveland, our superintendent, will be giving us some comments. Dr. Cleveland.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here this evening. And I'm going to make just a few introductory comments regarding the presentations that will be presented and just the general kind of where we are kinds of comments. And so I would like to share a little bit of information we've heard from the state on what the parameters look like right now and kind of the situation we're finding ourselves in. The Secretary Stewart, has indicated that he believes that we will be returning to school in the fall and that we need to be preparing ourselves to receive students back in the fall. However, he also has told us that he believes there will be social distancing and that will be continued. So that means not all students on the campus at one time in order to meet those social distancing requirements unless something were to change. So, you know, the bottom line is that we do know that school is not going to look the same in the fall unless those things change. And so we're beginning to move on thinking about what that would look like. We will get some direction from the state of New Mexico. They have had their own task force. That task force is really struggling a little bit because it's a very inclusive task force. And it's all kinds of folks from all different parts of the state. And I think one of the things they're learning very quickly is that one size is not going to fit all for the state of New Mexico, that there are just huge differences across the state. And how we're going to accommodate that is really going to be a challenge for everyone. But maybe more importantly, it's probably going to be 2 or 3 weeks before we get any definitive information out of the task force and from the public ed department. The task force has 2 more meetings, and then the PED will have to take that and turn that into some sort of guidance or regulations or directives. And so that's not going to happen overnight. And honestly, we can't afford to wait. We are right now, we are about 8 weeks from the start of school. So we are moving ahead with our planning efforts, and we can certainly adjust as we find out more information from the state of New Mexico on things we might have to do a little bit differently. But the one thing I know absolutely for sure is that we cannot afford to wait until that occurs. There is a group of the secretary and their cabinet are meeting with 5 superintendents. We met last week late, and we'll be meeting tomorrow again to kind of look at it from the school district's perspectives and look at logistics And that's turning out to be a very interesting process. For example, we've got one city in the state who says that nobody's wearing a mask and there's no social distancing and no one is making any accommodations in that community. And then we have other communities where it is very real and people are taking the health orders very seriously. And so it's just, we're all over the map, so to speak, in terms of where we are as communities and thinking about the coronavirus. If you kind of look at social distancing, just to give you a little bit of a feel for it, we've been told it may not be absolutely perfect 6 feet, but what they are trying to do is to get as close to that as possible. So what we're hearing is maybe 15 students in a classroom at a time. That won't be quite, in many of our classrooms, that won't be 6 feet, but it certainly would stretch students out. One of the things they did talk about was if you did the 6 feet on the bus, we could carry 12 students at a time, is all. If you really honored it to the nth degree. So what I'm expecting, what they are sharing with us, is it probably isn't going to be perfect, but the intent is to see what seems reasonably safe, and they will give us some direction with regards to that. But we couldn't manage with 12 students on a bus. We don't have enough buses as it is now. So transportation, as it always is, always has been, is going to be one of the biggest challenges that we have to face in terms of how do we get students to school, and even what are the requirements for a student before they can get on a bus to prove that they're not ill and would not be spreading a virus. The other things that they're talking about a lot, and we've got to give a lot of consideration to, is how do we work with our staff who may be at risk for the illness or may have underlying conditions that put them at great risk for COVID-19, and what will that look like? And not only our staff, though certainly we know the statistics that older staff are more at risk. Certainly we have a lot of students who are at risk. And so we'll have to take very careful consideration what we do for those students who may have underlying health conditions that could put them at a greater risk. Our staff is going to be a really interesting situation. For example, many of our bus drivers, a very large number of them, are over the age of 60, and some are in their late 60s. And so the whole question of driving a bus, is there a way that you could kind of isolate the driver in some way where they could be protected and still driving the bus? And obviously, if you did that, you would have to have a bus attendant that would be able to attend to some of the other needs on the buses. They're still maintaining. We asked last week whether we could start bringing our staff back into this building. We were told not yet. And so we'll continue to work as we have been directed to work, with the majority of people working from home, though certainly our custodial and maintenance folks have been out in the buildings working, our IT people have been out working, and we're hoping that we can start bringing some of our people back, because we have just a tremendous amount of work to do, and they're working hard from home, but sometimes some of the things, that we have to do are going to be very hard to accomplish without being able to bring people back in, but we will do whatever we need to do. Food service continues to be a challenge. Will we even be able to operate cafeterias the way we have? That's probably doubtful. And so looking at how we would feed everyone and make sure everyone, particularly our highest need kids, how we would make sure that everyone got fed. I've seen some districts are giving families their food for an entire week. That wouldn't have worked at my house with 2 boys. The food for the week would have been gone in day 2. And, it would have been very hard to manage to keep that spread out over an entire week. So I'm not sure I like that idea a whole lot. But some of the suggestions go against what we've been doing for several years we've been moving away from disposables because of landfill issues and all of that. But the CDC is encouraging us to go back to disposables for the time being because they're easier to keep clean, they're easier to dispose of, and less chance of disease transmission. And then they're asking schools to do some things in terms of the capital area. And that would be very expensive to do. And we'll have to look and see where our resources are, what they look like. From the state's perspective, the number one thing in terms of funding should be to get all of our students connected to the internet and with computer capabilities. There's still real concern we'll have a second wave and may have to close down like we did for the last 2 months, that we should be prepared for that. So the number one is certainly getting every student connected to the internet and with a computer. The other recommendation that they're talking about right now from the state level is perhaps barriers in the bathroom between sinks where there cannot be any kind of social distancing, putting up plexiglass or some kind of barriers to keep students from infecting one another in the restroom. So there's just so many things. The last one, we received information about we probably are not going to be able to open our buildings to the community this next year. And they do not want outsiders coming into the schools until we are in a much better shape than we are now. So it's a whole new world, brand new world. And we're making adjustments as we go through it. So as we looked at all of this and we said, okay, we're going to have to make a lot of changes. We have five groups that met to begin to gather information. And so we will begin with the first two of those this evening. And what I really want to emphasize to you is that these are not the plan. What this is our first thoughts. This is the work that's been done, the research, the discussions, but to give the board an opportunity to hear that early on and to provide any input that you would like or ask questions that you would like before we move forward. So this is not the plan. In addition, it can't be the plan until we have the state directives, and we will accommodate those as we need to once those become final. But we will be asking the board to move on these plans within 2 weeks because some of the things have to be done, we have to start on. There will be a few items that we're going to bring to the board even before that, and that are things that have to be ordered now. For example, this morning in our meeting with all of the superintendents, I found several districts have already bought the face shields for all of their staff. If you don't order those pretty quickly, you won't get them. And so there's just some things, some computer technology items that we need to move on now, or we will not have them by the 1st of August. So there's a few things that will have to be moved on, but the plan, you'll hear two of the group's presentations tonight and two next Monday night, and then one the following Monday night. And the board will then be asked to kind of look at that in terms of a final plan for the district. So those are my introductory comments. I just kind of wanted you to have a picture of kind of the world we're operating in right now and what we're hearing in general about the direction the state is probably going to take in the next few weeks. So President Galbraith, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. Appreciate that. And the board will have a chance to ask questions as we go through those presentations that are coming up on some of the things that Dr. Cleveland just talked to us about. So we have a couple things we need to approve. We're going to first go to approve our prioritized agenda and the proposed time allocations. Are there any discussion or comments on the prioritized agenda as presented? Yes, Board Member Coleman.
Yes, this is Board Member Coleman. I would like to go ahead and make one change to the agenda. And instead of having myself as the presenter for the sports and return to play, that would be Larry Chavez.
Okay. So Board Member Coleman's asking for the presenter to be changed to Larry Chavez for the sports discussion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion or changes that need to take place with our agenda as presented? Dr. Cleveland, do you recommend us approving it?
Yes, I have a problem with it, though. Board Member Coleman was the one that asked to put it on the agenda. So we just maybe had a different process for who might be the presenter, and we'll work on that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, in the future we can work on that in the future. Are there any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve?
I so move with the change. This is Board Member Catherine Cullen.
Board Member Noreen Scott will second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Board Member Cullen and Secretary Scott with a second. Jane, can you take a roll call vote on this?
I will. Vice President Morgan,
Yes.
Secretary Scott,
Yes.
Board Member Cullen,
Yes.
Board Member Coleman,
Yes.
President Galbraith.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Passes 5-0. Okay, next we're going to move on to our public comment. We received, the board as a whole received 27 letters about the Montessori program. Each board member has received this along with Dr. Cleveland. All of these letters are in favor of keeping the program. We are not going to read each of the letters as each board member has had the opportunity to read them, and I want those who are listening to know that your comments have been heard and noted. And thank you so much for sending those in. We're really grateful when we receive public comments, so thank you for sending those in. Those were the only public comment that we did receive for this meeting. Jane, is that correct? Was there anything else that I'm missing?
You're correct. Just
Okay.
the 27 for Montessori.
Montessori. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you so much. And once again, thank you to our public for sending those things in to us. We appreciate it. We will now move on to approving our consent agenda. Actually, I want to move back on that public comment, just so you know that is still an agenda item that is later on going to be discussed, just for those who are listening in. So moving on to approving our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
This is Board Member Noreen Scott, and yes, I do move to approve the consent agenda.
Board Member Morgan will second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Secretary Scott and a second by Jeffrey Morgan. Dr. Cleveland, do you recommend the approval?
I do.
Okay. Jane, can you please take a roll call vote on this?
I will. Vice President Morgan,
Yes.
Secretary Scott,
Yes.
Board Member Cullen,
Yes.
Board Member Coleman,
Yes.
President Galbraith.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We will now move on to our business portion of our meeting. There's a couple of reports. First, the Board of Education met in a closed executive session on May 21st, 2020, from 2 p.m. to 4:48 under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. The matters discussed in the closed meeting were limited only to those specified in the notice of a separate closed meeting. Item B, the Board of Education met in a closed executive session on May 28th, 2020 at 1 p.m. and recessed at 3:08, then reconvened May 29th, 2021 to 4:43 p.m. under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. The matters discussed in the closed meeting were limited to those specified in the notice of a separate closed meeting. And item C, the Board of Education met in closed executive session on June 4th, 2020 from 5 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. The matters discussed in the closed meeting were limited only to those specified in the notice of a separate closed meeting. Okay, item D, is to consider approval of the May 11th, 2019 unapproved board minutes. Do we have any questions or discussion for the minutes of May 11th, 2020? I just noticed that the date's wrong on there.
This is Board Member Noreen Scott, and I move approval of the minutes of the May 11th, 2019 board meeting.
So 2020.
Should be 2020,
What did I say?
2019.
It's written that way. It's okay. Okay, we have.
You want to have us state that again, or are we good?
I hope everybody understands I meant 2020. It was just a mile.
Then I'll second. Board Member Morgan, second.
Okay. Are there any additional comments? I'm looking at the board members. We're good. Okay. We have a motion to approve by Secretary Scott and a second by Vice President Morgan. Jane, can you take a roll call vote on this, please?
I will. Vice President Morgan,
Yes.
Secretary Scott,
Yes.
Board Member Cullen,
Yes.
Board Member Coleman,
Yes.
President Galbraith.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving on to item E, the reason that many people are on tonight, we're going to go with our reopening task force on information technology. This will be presented by Paul Romero and Terry Mayer. Paul Romero is our Executive Director of Instructional Technology, and Terry is the Director of Instructional Technology. Turn it over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. We're glad you're able to join us. Just wanted to say really quick that we had a great committee that met. We're going to be presenting quite a bit of data tonight. And as you know, technology changes almost daily. So as you go through this, remember that, there's some equipment that we could get now, some we may not be able to get. So it really depends on how we move forward in the planning as presented this evening. What I wanted to do before we go into the presentation is to talk a little bit about the committee and the process. We had a great committee. We had principals, high school, middle school, elementary school, so we could learn about their clientele, the people that they're serving, the family that they're serving. And nobody knows their families better than our principals and our teachers. So we listened intently to what the need was out there. We also talked about 6 or 7 different priorities that we felt technology had to do in order to be successful in a COVID-19 environment. And that for us really means distance education, which we've been doing already. And we're trying to get data on how it works and how it doesn't work. So what we did is we got the committee together, we met virtually, and we had these 6 key items that we needed to go over. And we talked about them, we discussed them, but we knew it was going to be an elephant to eat. So we took it out, we cut it up in sections. So what we did is we started talking about accessibility and being able to sustain a distance learning environment for our kids and our families in this community. The second thing we wanted to look at was equity. We wanted to make sure everybody was served at a very high level. We believe that technology, if it placed correctly, and it flattens the table. It gives everybody the opportunity to learn and access what they need to access to be successful. So we talked about that. We also talked about assistive technologies for our students who need those kind of devices to be successful. And we talked about even social-emotional kind of supports for our families. We talked about tech support for parents and families as they had issues in their home and how we could better support that. But we also talked about training for parents in the home. So what I'd like to do, with your permission, is to go ahead and move into the document that we created, and it's a link on the PowerPoint. And Jane, if you could go ahead and open up the document, and I'll quickly and hopefully clearly be able to go through that. So if you hit the link there, Jane, on the first page.
Yes, sir. I actually have it up. I think there's a hiccup with the presentation, with being able to see the presentation. So John is working on that currently. I apologize.
We can see it.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
It's not showing up on the stream.
Yeah, on the board member, yeah, this is board member Catherine. I can see it as
Right.
well. I'm just, maybe the rest of them can't publicly, might be the issue.
Yeah,
If
I
it's
think you try to scroll to the next page and see what happens.
I think the problem is, this is board member Cullen. I think the problem is that on the online stream, he's not able to show the presentation right now on the YouTube channel.
How would you like to proceed? I could go ahead and talk over the six most, what the committee considered the six most important criteria for us to be successful next year. I could go ahead and move forward with that. What do you know, what can you all see right now on your screen?
The board sees the rear-round register. Oh, we do see the document. I just don't think it's on the YouTube.
It is. This is board member Cullen. I just see it on there now.
Okay, great. Thank you, John.
Great. So you know, our committee, as I said, if you scroll down just a little bit, Jane, our committee consisted of people from the Rio Rancho Public Schools community. We felt, and Dr. Cleveland and Cabinet felt, that we also needed to dig into the community. And we asked Jane Shanley to be our community member. Jane Shanley happens also to be the regional director of Sparklight, which is one of the bandwidth providers that we used when we all went home. So we asked her to be on there, because we wanted some data to see how the kids and families were able to use the connectivity. And she was a great committee member and gave us some really great data about what was going on. The second, we also asked a parent to be on our committee. So we asked a young lady by the name of Jassy Shaparsky, and she has a little boy in Ernest Stapleton, and before that he was in Shining Stars Elementary School. She's really great. She also has a project management technology background, so that really helped us out quite a bit. We had Julie Arnold from Cyber, Jen Daddio from Lincoln Middle School, Jacqueline Denton from Special Services, Miranda Gentet from San Diego Vista, Ryan Kettler, our new principal at Rio Rancho High, Heidi Kenworthy, the AP at Rio Rancho Cyber Academy, Aaron Moore from RADA. So we had somebody from Data on our team as well. And then Dana, last but not least, Dana Petro from Puesta del Sol. We had ad hoc members we asked to be on here. I asked Terry Meyer to not only sit on my committee, but she was on teaching and learning committee as well. And I really wanted her close because she's the one, the ed techs actually developed the professional development, not only for staff, but now for parents and teachers in this new environment of distance learning. Jen Rail helped with the minutes and put everything together. Scott Leppelman, Carl Leppelman was our cabinet liaison. Jerry Reeder was also an ad hoc member as well. We met, we started talking about these topics, and right after the meeting, I would send out a feedback form. I would get that feedback form, I would correlate the data, pull it together, and I would have it ready for the next meeting. So we were able to talk about what we had just covered and then dive into the next couple of steps for the technology committee. Jane, could you scroll down a little bit more? These are the key topics, and you definitely could read them after, but really the first two topics on here is sustainability of a rollout or distance education. And the first two topics we talked about at our first meeting were accessibility, which is connectivity. Does everybody have internet in their home? And if they don't, how do we get it there? And the second one is they have to have a good device. So if they have connectivity, they have to have a device that works all the time. When they open it, it gets them to where they need to go. And then another bullet was support for distance ed. How can we better support instruction for our blended in-person distance learning model? And so we discussed that as well in all the grade levels. And then finally, technology support for remote learning. So I'm talking about technicians, ed techs, how do they change their service model to better be responsive to homes and families? Because that's a new column in our service model. We have never answered calls from parents. If we did, they went through the ed tech and then the ed tech to the technician, then to district office and their teacher. So we wanted to get the teachers out of that formula because we want them to teach and not get them mixed up in that. So we talked about that. We wanted also to gather data based upon the small amount of time that we had in doing distance ed so we can make better decisions on what technology to use. And we were looking at predictive data like unemployment and the need based upon that. And also how it's correlated with other data that we might have like free and reduced lunch count, so on and so forth. And also how much data are they using and how much do they need? Options for parent choice. We talked about expansion of the blended learning and what are the budget implications for doing this. And we also looked at potential cost savings as we move to a distance learning model. Professional development for staff and parents, and then finally ensuring privacy, which is something that we take very, very seriously, as you know. So if you move on down, Jane, if you don't mind. Committee recommendations. So here's our recommendations based on those bullet points that we had put together. Accessibility and connectivity. We use Sparklight. And one of the reasons we use Sparklight is Rio Rancho centric. So they offer internet services for Rio Rancho. They don't offer it not at the Pueblos. But as you know, we have students in all of those areas. So we also contracted with T-Mobile for connectivity because they had great coverage in the areas of the Pueblos and also in what we call the fringes of Rio Rancho and Albuquerque and Bernalillo. So that is our recommendation, to stay with this model that we have right now. However, there's still dark spots, or what we call dark spots, in Rio Rancho. We're gathering data from CenturyLink, Sparklight, T-Mobile to find out where they are so we could get that last bit of folks that we can't get to. Very, very proud to say we were able to install internet into over 615 homes in Rio Rancho in about a week and a half. I mean, it was just really an amazing effort by my staff, T-Mobile, Sparklight, and our partners. Sustainability. So our recommendation is to continue the use of Chromebooks. We've had great luck with Chromebooks, and we want to stay with that technology as our technology of choice. But in order for us to sustain a distance education model, we're going to have to refresh them. So we had to come up with a plan on how are we going to do it in ongoing years. We feel as a committee that a one-to-one model is probably not going to go away, just based on the fact that, you know, who knows what's going to happen? We just don't know. So if we were to come back to school and one child would get sick, we're going to send everybody home. I mean, we may, I don't know. But if we do, we want to be ready if we go back and send people back home again. We want to make sure they have a good device, they have connectivity, and learning continues to occur. The next thing we talked about was supports for learning with technology for staff and families. Again, family is another customer base that we didn't generally work directly with. But I'll tell you, I've received more phone calls from parents in my career, and I've been doing this a very long time. Really, really good conversations with what their needs are and how we need to address them. The committee as well, our principals on our committee, we're talking to parents daily, and they gave us back some really great information. So what we wanted to do was look at the system and how we're addressing our technical support and how we may need to change that in the future. So we got some feedback from people, and we wanted to share that tonight with you all. Go ahead and scroll down, Jane. Technology support for family and staff. So what we're doing right now is a ticketing system. So if a teacher or a principal has a technical issue, they actually put in a ticket, and we address it as the tech staff does. We get it to it as soon as possible. We turn it around, we get them up and running, and that's our goal, is to make sure that work doesn't stop. What we need to do now that we're bringing in families and others, teachers who have never taught in distance ed, it's been quite an experience for them. But what we want to do is we want to have a higher degree of accessibility. So we are promoting the possibility of a service desk, which really is kind of what most people are used to. If you go online and you want to talk to somebody, there's a chat box in the corner, but also there's somebody that you could connect to on the phone. So wouldn't it be nice if you called in and you had a problem because you can't download that lesson, and you could actually talk to somebody in that moment when you're having that problem? Now, it's going to be a transition time for us. There's some models out there that we looked at, but we, again, want to take away some of that technical support that the teachers have been given and put it in a service desk and allow them to teach from here on out. Equity, just want to let you know that IT and our committee has been in constant contact with special services, student services, federal, bilingual, Native American programs, because we want to make sure we understand the total need out there. We're IT, we haven't been, while we know those services exist, we want to have a better understanding of who's being supported in those programs, so that we could support them with technology just like any other child in any other family. And then finally, privacy and security, and you'll find this out in just basic reading, but also if you contact any other school district out there right now, our network, the attacks against our network and any educational network has increased by 300%. And you've probably seen it at home. You're getting these emails and they're phishing attempts that say, click here for the newest cure for COVID-19. You're talking about federal relief money. If you click on here, we'll find out where your deposit is. Those kind of things are coming against the network quite a bit. So we want to make sure that we're consistent with serving our families now, because when you're teaching at a distance, you communicate at a distance, which is a lot more trickier than communicating across the classroom. We want to make sure that information is safe, and we're teaching teachers what to communicate and what they shouldn't communicate as far as privacy is concerned. If you, please scroll down a little bit here. And the last part, excuse me, I'm talking way too much. The last part is budget. So what we wanted to do is bring to cabinet with our recommendations. We have the data, some of the data, we're still collecting data, but also we want to make sure that there's numbers to our madness. And it's a lot of numbers, and we know that, and we know there's not enough funding for everything, and we understand that. But I think at least it brings a discussion forward to where we could take a deeper dive and look to see, for the money that we're able to get, the best services that we're able to offer. So that is the report in total. But what I'd like to do is to go back to the PowerPoint presentation and bring out 2 or 3 specific areas. One of them is a deeper discussion about connectivity, and the other is a deeper discussion about what we're doing with professional development. So Jane, if you'd move to the second slide, please. There we go. Well, how about the third slide? There we go. So connectivity, currently, as I had explained, we're using Sparklight and T-Mobile hotspots. However, we were able to get some funding from Senator Brandt, and we were able to place, prior to this happening, 150 Chromebooks and a 2-year service agreement with hotspots for Cleveland High School students. So we had already started doing these kind of things. We also got a Sprint grant, and it was another 50 hotspots and internet monthly service fees that we used at Rancho High School. And we also were able to help kids at Independence and I believe Eagle Ridge Middle School. What we're also doing is we've been in discussion with the city, and we're looking at city facilities or asking permission to put outward facing hotspots on our city facilities. So families who do not have connection at home or still do not, they could drive up to a city facility, sit in the parking lot and sit in the perimeter of that and be able to connect to the internet. We installed outward facing access points at Puesta del Sol, Lincoln Middle School, and potentially we're looking at 2 city libraries, and there wouldn't be a cost to that for families. So I know that's not optimal because we don't want kids sitting in cars, but when you have nothing, a little something is better than nothing. And so we're working with city and private entities to see how they could also help us support families. What we're recommending is Sparklight this next coming year is a 10-month contract for 600 homes. It's $207,000. Connectivity is not inexpensive. And then T-Mobile, we would add another 12-month contract for another 150 hotspots with the service. That's an additional 400,000 on top, 40,000 on top of what we're doing now. So just the Sparklight T-Mobile would be a total of 247,000 for the year, for the next academic year. And again, I want to reiterate that our number one concern was accessibility. I personally went out and handed hotspots out to families that were 25 minutes away from my home, and I live on the fringe of Rio Rancho heading west. And it told me quite a story. It did, as to who we're serving and who some of our families are. And they're all amazing people and all amazing families. And I'm blessed to work for Rio Rancho Public Schools. Okay, next slide. Chromebooks. I'm going to let Ms. Terry Meyer, because she has history at Rio Rancho Public Schools, and she's the one who actually helped implement the first Chromebooks here. So Terry, I'm going to hand it over to you right now.
Hi, this is Terry Meyer. So here in Rio Rancho, we have approximately about 19,000 Chromebooks, and we have, 18,800 and something students. But some of the money is we have some Chromebooks in ELL, our special services program, our bilingual program. And when you use title funds, you can't commingle things. So we're not quite sure if we could use some of those just yet. So we have to find some gaps to go completely one-to-one with our students. So here's if you go to the next slide, Jane. We started looking at, is it better to purchase the Chromebooks or to lease them? And so we put together a pro and con list to look at, would it be beneficial to lease our Chromebooks or to purchase them? And so the lease comes with quite a bit of things that are pro. Basically, you get the device, you get the Google management software, you get white glove service, which cuts down on the time it takes to unbox, unpack, image, enroll, inventory, get it into the system, and get it out to students. And that takes a little bit of time, and it takes all 40 of us in the IT department to get it ready and out to kids. So it's quite a bit of work. The leases are, they keep our equipment up to date. And of course, it keeps it outsources all of our asset management to another company. Basically, what we need is about 1.2 million, and we have to guarantee it for the next 5 years to refresh all the equipment that we have in Rio Rancho Public Schools. And that's probably a con because we don't know where the money would come from. And we don't know whether or not when we send the Chromebook back, how fast they can fix it and get it back to us. So the company that we lease from would do all the service for us. And currently, our service is done by our technicians on site. The other thing is obligation, because as you guys know, we don't know where our funding comes from or if we're going to lose our funding. So you could be stuck in a lease and we might not have the funding. So it's a big con and something to consider. And then shipping it back and forth. So those are some highlights. And then if you go to the next slide, this kind of covers if we purchase it. So right now, our Chromebooks are pretty sturdy. They last 5 years, big time. Our Chromebooks that we bought 5 years ago are running strong. They're holding up. We've had less than 1% breakage. They're sturdy. Our parts closet is only costing about $2,000 a year to fix them. Our techs that are on site can fix the Chromebooks on site and get them back to the kids. We have some more flexibility in our spending. We'd have insurance costs, things like that, but they do last, they're sturdy. Same thing, our cons, with the amount of Chromebooks we have in our district, we need 1.2 million to maintain them and to do a refresh plan because we don't have any funding to replace our existing technology. And then of course, the other cons is the amount of time it takes to inventory and box. And of course, disposals, it's a big thing. We have to dispose of all the equipment through the State Department whenever we get rid of the equipment. So those are some pros and cons. Next slide. This is a breakdown of costs. If you wanted to see, on the chart on the left, it shows you that our first year we bought Chromebooks. We did a pilot program, so we didn't buy one-to-one that year. We bought just a few to get used to them. And so the first year we need to replace 1,435. So this upcoming school year, we need to replace that many Chromebooks. And then thereafter, you'll see the numbers for purchasing Chromebooks outright in green. And then on the right, in order to go one-to-one, all the way from preschool, all the way to 12th grade, we need an additional 1,022 Chromebooks to go one-to-one. Next slide. So the way we figured it was, if we do leasing, we would replace the Chromebooks for our freshmen, and they would hold the Chromebooks from 9th grade to 12th grade. And then if it's a lease, they can buy back the Chromebook from the company. If it's purchase, we would have to collect it and use it in disposals. For elementary, we'd start in kindergarten, of course, and they'd keep it through 5th grade. Preschool, we're not real sure about leasing to preschoolers. We don't think that that's educational sound to give a preschooler a Chromebook for year after year. I think that it would just be if they needed to do some distance learning, we'd have to have that many Chromebooks to support them. And so those are some numbers for you guys. Next slide. And these are the numbers of purchase versus lease. And so you can see roughly the cost if you went purchase or if you went lease. And that's broken up by years.
So thank you, Terry, I appreciate that. What I wanted to do is let you know that we do have a lot of research to do. We don't have to dive into purchase or a lease this year because we have enough Chromebooks this year. If we get that refresh, that initial refresh that we had talked about in that first slide. But we have some time to do better research on lease versus purchase. And remember, prices change daily. One of the issues we have right now is that it's very, very difficult to get a Chromebook. They're flying off the shelves. K-12s are buying them like crazy. It's the same thing like with a webcam, for example. We used to buy a decent webcam for $20. That same $20 webcam is about $80 because you just can't buy them anymore. So, you know, the change has happened just because of the need that people have right now. And Jane, go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm going to bring Terry back on again because this is her deal. Her and the ed techs put this together.
So professional learning in Rio Rancho Public Schools, as soon as we heard about the school closure, we went ahead and launched our online learning platform called Spark. Pretty exciting. It's our self-paced, anytime relevant knowledge that we launched, and that's been phenomenal. We've had a lot of teachers jumping on to learn about Google Classroom, Google Meet, and all of the tools that we started using once we went and once we had school closure. So it's been phenomenal. If you go to the next slide, I can show you some data. Oh, wait, one more. Maybe it's not on that page. We're out of, there we go. So in Spark, you'll see that we had 1,500 participants. We had 24,000 achievements that were taken. So that means 24,000 sessions were held on Spark. Achievement hours, we had 7,605. And if you were to do this in person and purchase substitutes, you would save 162K. But just by having this online learning platform, and what's nice about it is teachers can select what they want to learn more about, and they can jump around from level to level, and they can opt out, and they don't have to take every training. But it's been phenomenal and a great success. And we are going to add to this Spark is our Rio Rancho Essentials. So we're ready to go for anybody that's new to our district so they can learn all the new technology that we'll be using. So I'm sorry, Jane, go back one more. And currently, what have we done to help support teachers and staff, and what are we going to do? Is just like I talked about, for the new staff members, we'll have to have our Rio Rancho Essentials up and running in Spark in case we can't meet face-to-face. And then, of course, if we do meet face-to-face, this will be a great tool for them to go back and rewind and learn anything that they might have missed. We have quite a bit of programs in Rio Rancho. It's hard to get started being new, so it's nice to have this platform. And then we're hosting a few summer Google Meet sessions for teachers. We have Lightspeed Classroom. That is a Chromebook management system for teachers. We're going to teach them about that. We're going to talk about Google Meet best practices. And then, of course, Clever. That is our single sign-on for students. So they have a one-stop place. If they go to Clever, every link they need for curriculum, everything is in one spot. They only have to log in once to the Chromebook, and then they can click on all the educational programs. So we need to do a little bit more training with teachers on that as well. And then the other piece is teaching teachers how to sanitize the Chromebooks in the classroom. That's very important in between kids using them and whatnot. Talk about basic troubleshooting. So something new is happening now. Parents are calling them, kids are calling them, how do I fix this? How do I make the Chromebook font larger? Those type of things. This all came from surveys from parents, surveys from teachers, and things like that to lead us in the right direction. For students and parents, we made a resource page that has everything from free Wi-Fi and curriculum support and how do you log into your Chromebook, how do you log into Google Classroom, how does it work? And then from all the surveys, we also developed just recently, we just finished this one, is a parent YouTube channel. And on this YouTube channel is training for various programs we use here in Rio Rancho Public Schools. And so that came directly from people that requested it from us. And so that's pretty exciting. We have that up and running as well. And they can take technology training with the YouTube channel. And then last but not least, we have to talk to students about taking care of Chromebooks, especially when we go one-to-one, how to take them home, how to bring them back, how to get them charged, how to troubleshoot, how to take care of the equipment, and how to be safe online.
Great, thank you, Terry. It's a lot of information, and we did a lot of work. But what I want to do is I want to thank my committee, but I also wanted to let the board members know that it wasn't just our committee. We had overlap, and I was able to log on to the other committees so that we were all on the same page, and I think it worked really, really well. I was on the Teaching and Learning Committee as well, that Luana headed up as a ad hoc. Terry was actually a member of that committee. And then I was able to work with Safety and Security Committee, just making some recommendations for some technology that they'll be presenting later on. And with that, that's our presentation for technology and our best guess of supporting kids and families this coming year.
Okay, thank you, Paul, and thank you, Terry. Really appreciate your presentation. Are there questions? Let's start with, let's go ahead and start with Board Member Coleman. Would you mind, do you want to start with questions that you might have?
I don't have any at this time.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Board Member Coleman. Secretary Scott, do you have questions?
I just had one question, Paul. Would churches be another location where we might use the outreach, where parking lots at churches could be used as well?
That's a great question. That's one of the that was one of the overlapping questions, because Ms. Tona Burgos had a committee as well, and they talked about using faith-based communities, and I, from what I understand from sitting in on her meeting, they were very open to having places where for families can meet and have accessibility as well. So we're turning over every stone and trying to find as many resources for our family. And I must say, Rio Rancho as a community has been very gracious for us as we move forward.
Thank you, Paul, and I really appreciate everyone's effort.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice President Morgan.
Well, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. And Board Member Collin. You're muted still, Catherine.
Thank you. Sorry, I pushed it and then it still didn't go. Okay. Thank you. This is Board Member Catherine Cullen. Thank you, Paul and Terry. So, yeah, because when I was looking at this, I was a little concerned because it showed that it was possibly an action item. So we're not doing any action. So this will go into finance once we kind of start looking at the hard numbers. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
I saw Paul shaking his head. Okay. So I did see that refresh was of 333,638.32 for this year. And that's what you said that you were asking for that. Now I saw that you guys had put that into your budget request, and I was showing that under the decision packages that it was declined. Is that, was it budgeted or was it declined for the refresh?
From what I understand, it hasn't been budgeted at this time.
I'm sorry,
The number
again? I missed it.
at this time, it wasn't budgeted at this
Okay.
time for the coming year, but the Chromebooks are working. I mean, we have them. We need to start the refresh in order to sustain having those devices for our kids.
Okay, and so, yeah, so I wasn't sure because that was one of the things, and we had some money that I was showing in the SB 9, and I'm not sure if this had to do with Chromebooks or what they were refreshing, but there was within that, it says that the SB 9 allocation for 2021 was at 1.2, but it's down to 671,250. Was that refresh existing technology equipment in all school sites based on student population at the school site? What was that refreshing for?
So that refreshes all classroom technology. So you have your interactive panels, you have your interactive or enhanced sound systems. I mean, it's technology that it's more than Chromebooks or computers. It's all those other ancillary technologies that the teachers use in their classrooms and the schools use, printers, so on and so forth.
Okay. And so with all this, because this is very expensive, I mean, obviously with putting all these hotspots, Chromebooks, are we looking at anything with the federal money coming through? I don't know if that would be part with the CARES Act that comes through. Something that we would be looking at before we go into finance, where we're going to be finding some of this money. I mean, we've been talking about one-to-one technology for quite a few years. That was one of the things that I had stated. I came from Colorado, as you know. I know that one of the school districts 10 years ago was already one-to-one. So we've been trying to get to that point. And so really getting to where we're going to be finding this funding, especially if we're having to do a lot more online classes for next year for all the students, especially even if it's blended, to make sure they all have access. So
Correct.
Are we thinking that we're going to have some money from the federal government as well?
We're looking everywhere we can. We know that there's a CARES Act funding, and under that, I found out just the other day, there's another umbrella. It's called the Governor's Relief Fund, I believe, or something like that. I don't know a lot about it, and I probably shouldn't even be talking about it, but we are looking. We are looking. We're also looking as far as accessibility. Is there businesses in Rio Rancho who might want to adopt the family and offer internet access for our family? And that's something that I did when I was in Colorado, is we got business and industry. Of course, economically, our country is struggling as well. So, we can ask, but we are very understanding of where people are right now. But there's a lot of opportunity, I think. And I'm with you. I've been wanting to do a one-to-one, since for quite a while. It just makes sense. And I think if we do it, we may never go back just because of the way the world is right now. But that's, I guess, an editorial.
Correct. Okay. So we'll just, with Secretary Scott, with the Finance Committee, once we get some of these numbers and pulled and what we're going to be looking at, because a lot of significant changes are coming ahead for this next school year. But thank you, Paul and Terry.
Thank you.
I have one last question. So you guys were saying there's been less than 1% of a breakage. Is that pretty consistent with the Chromebooks, like even at this time, with everyone taking them home? And are you seeing that pretty consistent number still?
So we're still waiting for all of our Chromebooks to come back. So we're not ready with the percentage yet because we have summer programs going on, and there were a lot of kids who still needed to hang on to them. But the amount of Chromebooks that we've received back so far, very, very little damage.
That is good to hear. I've heard horror stories of districts losing all their Chromebooks, and I was curious as to how we were doing. So, all right.
We've had a dog eat a power supply. And then we had another dog, something about dogs and Chromebooks. Another dog jumped on one and cracked the screen. But I mean, it's typical wear and tear. It's nothing out of the ordinary right now.
That's good. That's good to hear. Thanks, Paul. Okay, so do we not have an action? I know Dr. Cleveland probably wants to sum up too. Go ahead, Dr. Cleveland.
Just real quickly, a couple of thoughts. One is to Catherine's question. No, we may not be able to wait until the whole finance process works its way through if the board's agreeable to that, because my fear is by the time it all gets done, it's going to be too late and they won't be here. So that is something the finance committee may have to look at, is whether there's a need to expedite that in order to get them here by the start of school. The other is the CARES money. It's like so much that we get, it could be spent 4 times over. Some districts are getting, I think, Albuquerque is getting 50 some million. We're getting 1.8. So, it's very, very limited. And they also want us to take our PPE out of it. And so it continues to be a challenge. The reality is, depending on how much they cut in the special session, I think the understanding is there may not be any money, extra money. We may not even have the same that we had before, but hopefully that's not going to happen. We did hear today, there were a couple of legislators that are proposing that the state take credit for the CARES money, given all that they've already spent on us. And that's going to be a battle, because that money was intended to go to school districts. It was not intended to go to the state. And I think that one will probably end up in court if that's what they decide to do. There is some discussion of additional technology money coming from the federal government in a separate funding formula. And so, boy, that would be about the best news ever if in fact that was that happened. And then my last comment on the hotspots. Yes, we are. As we're looking for places to be inside, because the reality is, in the dead of winter, it's hard for a student and his family to sit out in a cold car and access a hotspot from their car, or in the blazing summer, whatever. And so having them inside becomes extremely important. And one of the areas we hope would kind of go back to maybe libraries again, once the city opens their libraries back up, because that's always been a really good place for families to go and be able to access technology. But the CARES Act money is one of those things you could just spend it 4 times and still not meet all of the needs of your district. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens in about a week at the special session in terms of any additional funding. And then my last comment is the state has also indicated, and I know Paul has heard that and had discussions, that the state was trying to look for some additional funding for technology only, because of the understanding that every child has to be connected for a hybrid model to work. And we still have a lot of our children who are not connected all over the state of New Mexico. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. So I just want to I know we keep bringing up, triple check. There is no action item on this presentation. Is that correct, Dr. Cleveland?
I'm sorry?
Are we needing to vote on anything in specific on this at this time, or are we good?
I think we're good. We thought about, there's, again, I just want to be preparing the board that we may be coming to you for some technology items that need to be done and cannot wait. And if we wait, we will not have the things we need to start school in August. So, but again, we'll bring that to you and you can decide whether you want to do that or not. But the finance committee will need to look at, I think, some things that we will need to order very, very soon, or there's not going to be any chance that it's going to be in. And then it's not just equipment, but also one of the things Paul talked about earlier, the ticket system, to be able to get everything in place quickly enough to be ready to go. One of the things that we have been told is the first day you start. Every student has to be equally accessible if you are doing a hybrid model. So we're very cognizant of that directive and are trying to figure out how to make it work. But everybody is buying PPE, everybody is buying Chromebooks. And so it's a pretty competitive market out there right now.
Okay.
But no votes tonight. We thought there might be one, but we're not.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was in the right place. Board, is there any other questions that you had from Dr. Cleveland's comments? I'm just going to look at you for nodding your heads if we're all good. Okay, Catherine Cullen.
Hi, this is Board Member Cullen. That's okay. Sorry. I just want to say when we bring this up, if we can see kind of like a fiscal impact on this with the budget of what we'd be looking at when we're with whatever you're bringing for whatever technology that we're going to have to be looking at purchasing pretty quickly to get the school started.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Anything else from, I think everyone's, okay. We're gonna take, I see Luana's getting ready, but we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break just to prepare for our next presentation for some technology stuff that we just gotta get in order. So 5-minute break, everyone, thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn off the camera.
Okay.
Board, can you open your cameras, please? Thank you.
Jane, just let me know when it's good to start.
I will, thank you. We're doing a quick test of the presentation and we should start soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're ready to proceed. President Galbraith.
Thank you, Jane. Okay, this session is called back into order. We will move on with our next presentation, which is our reopening task force on curriculum and instruction. Our presenter will be Luana Coleman and Dr. Happy Miller.
Good evening, Madam President Galbraith, members of the board, and Dr. Cleveland. It's my pleasure to share with you the work we've been doing over the last 3 weeks on reopening schools from the perspective of curriculum and instruction, or teaching and learning. And we're going to start tonight with some data. And we've had surveys out to parents, of which I'm sure you're aware. We've given surveys to our elementary and secondary staff. And Dr. Happy Miller has done her happy magic and taken over 6,000 pieces of data and made sense of it. So I'm going to turn it over to Happy now, and she'll walk you through what we learned from those data pieces.
Thank you, President Galbraith, Dr. Cleveland, members of the board. Jane, can you move to the next slide, please? I'd like to start by very briefly recapping where we are. As you are aware, we had a rapid and unexpected transition to a distance learning model this spring. At the elementary school, the emphasis was on reinforcing standards that had been previously taught. And at the secondary level, the emphasis was on essential standards and the ability to improve third quarter grades. This was achieved through a mix of posts, like posting directions in Google Classroom, videos, chats and emails, and Google Meet video interactions. There were also texts and other forms of communication. So there was some interaction with students and teachers. But you will see comments later addressing the nature of the interaction between teachers and students. Can you move to the next slide, please? There were a variety of surveys that went out to teachers and to parents. The blue are links to more in-depth responses. But in the presentation itself, we wanted to sort of summarize. We had over 371 responses from secondary teachers and more than 5,000 responses from parents. Please keep in mind that with the parent survey, that parents had the ability to respond on behalf of multiple students at multiple schools. They also could select more than one option. And so that affects the numbers that you may see, the way that it's summarized. And so the numbers may not exactly match. You will have the ability later in the presentation to click on a link to see this information broken out by schools. But what I'd like to do now is to sort of summarize the highlights from these 3 surveys. Next slide, please. So the first thing to note is that there was some positive that happened this spring. Both teachers and parents indicated that some students have done very well, and some indicated their children had even thrived under the distance learning model this spring. Some teachers indicated that they had more one-on-one communication with students and had been able to personalize learning more, especially students who maybe are quiet in class and don't want to, speak in front of their peers, seem to have more interaction. Some students have been performing better. Teachers noted they often were receiving work at 10, 11, 12 at night, and they felt that maybe students were able to organize their work at the time of day that better suited their biorhythm. And some parents confirmed in the survey that their children had been doing well with the distance learning model, and that some of the students have had less anxiety. That's not to say all students. One of the themes of this presentation is that we have a diverse group of students, teachers, and community members, and they have diverse needs from each other. Next slide, please. There were many challenges that were brought up. It is harder to explain new concepts and monitor the students' learning at a distance. Students and teachers both miss the social interactions, and some students' mental health has been impacted by the lack of normal routine and interactions. And there is a perception among teachers that some students have not been as engaged in learning in the second quarter. At the secondary level, there were a lot of comments about this, and many of them mentioned that there is pass-fail grading in the fourth quarter. And so that could be one factor contributing to the level of engagement, but it wouldn't be the only factor. Next slide, please. Some of the other challenges that were brought up is that students, teachers, and parents have varying degrees of technical literacy and access to devices, internet, and software required. The software, for example, the CAD, the computer-assisted drawing, the students might not have the hardware at home that would support the software, and you can't run it off of the Chromebook. So there are sometimes some specialized needs. Many parents commented that they felt ill-prepared to assist their children or to monitor their children's learning due to a variety of reasons. They might be working, or they may not understand that level of math. I know for me, it would be hard to really help a high school student with science. Many students, parents, and teachers have felt overwhelmed by the sudden shifts, the steep learning curve, and the effort to balance learning needs with other aspects of their life. One of the challenges for teachers was having emails and other communication coming in the middle of the night, and where do you draw the line? You want to be responsive to your students, but you're also trying to manage your family and get sleep. And so there's been a big learning curve this spring. Next slide, please. The district did send out a survey in mid-May, and as we know, the situation is changing daily. So it's about 3 months before school would reopen, asking for parental feedback about their preferences for potential reopening options. The 3 options that were presented were traditional, meaning full-time face-to-face in the classroom every day, everything sort of back to normal as best as possible. Blended, which would be a combination of the traditional face-to-face and the online, something like an AM/PM schedule or an AB schedule, and fully online, where students more what we've had the last few months, where the students are at home and it's fully virtual. Parents could select more than one option, and many parents did select more than one option. So I tried to break out for you here how many selected only traditional, only blended, only fully online, and how many selected, what combinations they selected. The reason why I started the potential is it's going to depend upon the public health orders that are in place at the time that we reopen school. For board members, if you click on the header there, it will open up into school by school information. Next slide, please. So some of the greatest takeaways from the surveys are our students, families, and teachers have diverse needs. And sometimes those needs vary within a family. Some people said their older students would do well with distance learning, but their younger children really needed that face-to-face interaction, especially kindergarten and first grade. Sometimes it just depended on the nature of the child within the family. So the needs vary, even within families. The beliefs about the risks posed by COVID-19 to students in the community vary. Some believe that the risks are minimal, and others believe that it poses a great risk to health and safety. But what I noticed is that many of our parents recognized that we don't control the public health situation, and they may have a preference, but the school system may need to offer, or their children may need to engage in other modalities than would be their preference due to the public health situation. Next slide, please. Some of the comments regarding the traditional option. Can you go back one? Did I miss one there? Thank you. Many parents, if we did not have the public health situation, most parents would want their children to be in the traditional model. They felt it was the most effective way to learn. Students need to be able to ask questions, get instant answers and feedback. The face-to-face model was cited as being particularly important for young students, students with special needs, for example, students with an IEP and in need of ancillary services, and certain performance-based courses, orchestra or auto mechanics. And overall, everyone felt that social interaction with the teachers and peers is critical for the healthy development of the whole child. Next slide. One thing that we do need to keep in mind is that a significant number of parents work and would not have, and they would have childcare issues if a traditional model is not offered. So if we have a blended model or a fully virtual model, how can those children be safe within their house if both parents are working? Some parents believe that their children are at minimal risk from the virus and that the use of masks, social distancing, and altering of normal activities has a greater detrimental impact on children than the potential risk from the virus. And there were, a number of parents who said that. However, some other parents said they would be willing to support the traditional model if and only if class sizes were reduced, students wore masks, and social distancing rules were enforced, and there were strict sanitation procedures in place. So we do have a variety of opinions about what it should look like if we were to have a traditional model. And some parents said even if we have those rules in place, they think it would be hard to enforce, especially with younger kids. Next slide, please. Regarding the blended or the combination option for reopening schools, many parents noted that this option would allow for some social interaction while also reducing the exposure to COVID-19 by reducing the time in school and the number of students with whom their child would interact. Instead of being in a classroom with 25 to 30 students, they might be in a classroom with 12 to 15 students. Comments also indicated a desire for more structure, direct instruction, face-to-face presentation of new material, and face-to-face options for hands-on courses. And parents did offer a variety of suggestions for how we might organize a blended schedule. Next slide, please. Regarding the fully virtual option, a significant number of parents, and I think district-wide it's about 18%, indicated that they're not comfortable with their children returning to campus. Some of them indicated until there's an effective vaccine. Some of them also indicated that either the student or a family member is high risk, medically speaking. And for those that indicated that students were doing well with online instruction, some other parents also said that they'd like to see more live, meaning, maybe a Google Meet like we're doing here, face-to-face interaction with the teacher, or more use of Edgenuity. So some of them were supportive of distance learning, but had some suggestions as how we can maybe be more effective with the distance learning. Next slide. So the conclusion that I drew from it is that under normal conditions, most parents would prefer the traditional model. However, many parents recognize that health safety concerns may preclude the possibility of returning to normal, and many recognize the fluid nature of the public health context may require shifts within the school year. Some of them were like, I can't say now, or we have to be prepared in case there's a second wave. Some parents feel strongly that their child needs traditional full-time face-to-face model and are willing to accept any associated risks, but not all. And a lack of childcare would make blended or the combination model and the fully virtual model a hardship for some families. Next slide. At this point, I'd like to turn it back over to Ms. Lawana Coleman.
This is Lawana Coleman, Executive Director of Secondary CNI, and the teaching and learning team was made up of 17 colleagues and community members. We met 7 times over the last 3 weeks, about twice a week, with amazing attendance and participation, and it was some of the best work that I have collaborated with, even given the challenge of doing it virtually. When we first started, we had everybody check in on the chat about how they were feeling, and there were lots of scared, chaotic, anxious, no decisions, all kinds of emotions that were spinning around for all of us. But on the next to last meeting, I asked the question, I believe we can do this because, and asked them to fill in the blank. And almost to a one, they talked about the people that work together, the communities that we're in, the schools that they belong to, and it's that will make this happen. So I have ended this last 3 weeks after lots of sleepless nights and early mornings, but feeling pretty good that we can make it happen. We started by actually watching a webinar that Dr. Cleveland had suggested, put on by the EAB research organization, so that it kind of grounded us in some of the same language and some of the same ideas, so that we could come from a position of strength in what we were talking about. We also started a document collecting research and articles, of which it seems to be insatiable as far as what's out there to read and try to understand and learn from what others are doing and planning on. And so then we started with a process of where we collected, talked about options of reopening schools and what the benefits, concerns, and questions might be. And our first document was 39 pages. So we got it down to 11. You should be very happy about that. And through several iterations and protocols, we were able to, I think, synthesize down the most essential ideas that we felt like we should take forward in planning on opening schools up. We were 100% in agreement of moving our document forward, and that was only with a caveat that we be allowed to move forward immediately to start with the smaller work groups that I'll talk about here in just a minute. Next slide. Thank you, Jane. So here's our group, and we had Mariah, it's listed alphabetically, but she's the master scheduler at Rio Rancho High School. And I think about scheduling 2,600 kids in this model of providing these options is pretty crazy. But she hung in there and kept a really positive attitude and positive face, and I appreciated that. I kept looking at her for feedback. We had elementary principals recognized. We had middle school, we had our Rio Rancho Union president, we had CNI represented, we had a community member who's also on our equity council, Terry, of course, Paul talked about that earlier. We had transportation recognized as a member, and special services, Renee Saucedo and Janice Chenault were serving, and Kurt Schmidt, my colleague for fine arts, and then special education too. So it was a really good, well-rounded group that had a lot of diverse experience and that serves a diverse group of students as well. Next slide. These next 2 slides are the key topics that Dr. Cleveland charged us with reviewing and looking at as we began to think about our plan. So thinking about parent choice and recognizing, as Happy has pointed out, that parents do want some choice in what happens with their child when we go back to school, and looking at alternative schedules. So what a schedule might look like if we're on a hybrid or a blended model. Banking instructional hours, this was, I think, thought at least earlier that this might be a good idea of starting earlier or taking some time off during December. The committee recommended that we not start early, that we couldn't logistically make that happen to start early enough to make it meaningful for banking hours. We also were charged with looking at the expansion of blended and distance learning models. So we did it this spring pretty successfully. I think everybody agrees, our continuous learning plan. So how do we build upon that and really learn from what happened this spring? Thinking about the social distancing, we just heard probably 15 in a class at max. So what is that going to look like for our schools? And then finally, we laughed at this, the budget implications, and do we see any possibilities for cost savings? So the simple answer to that is no, not from this group. So next slide. Then these are topics around C&I. So working on this, on our content, our curriculum, to provide teachers with the documents that will allow them to go into a blended model, that will allow them to, if we're called out for all virtual, that we can do so. And so we've already started with that. Elementary has, I think, 13 different cohorts working on some the grade level documents in math and English and social studies science. And secondary has been working on theirs as well, and will continue into July. Looking at student learning losses and how best to support that. There's several theories on that, but I think our team really does not believe that starting with reviewing what was lost last year is a good idea. That rather we will teach with just-in-time kind of interventions that we note by diagnostics and by getting into the curriculum, rather than spending 6 more weeks trying to make up for what you've already lost. And then finally, really careful attention to our neediest students and our students that may have health issues, and making sure that we're thinking about every student all of the time. And then finally, professional development. Small task. Next topic, next slide. So I mentioned that we looked at research, and we kept coming, this was one of our slides that was on each meeting agenda, this idea of levels of certainty. And Doug Reeves is an education author who's been around for a long time, but we like using this idea that when you are making these kinds of recommendations and making plans and decisions, that try to rest in at least this idea of level 4 of preponderance of evidence, and that you're not saying, well, this is what I believe, and resting on that. So we came back to evidence. We looked at lots of research. People were adding to this document. That link there and resources will give you that document to see what are some of the things that we were reading and looking at. And that will be continuing to grow, I'm sure. Next slide. So from a webinar that we watched and some of our reading and some of our first meetings, we came up with 3 ideas that we really, or values, I guess, that we really wanted to hold true to as we worked through this plan. And it seems almost silly to say that we wanted simplicity, but we read about some things that were so convoluted, and some plans that made it so complicated for not only students, but for families and for staff, that we kept wanting to come back and hold on to that idea of simple is good. And then recognizing individual needs, not only of our students, but of our staff, and really honoring the care that needs to be given to everyone in our system. And then equity driven continues to be a hallmark of the work that we always want to do. Next slide. So our recommendation. We would like to provide 2 options for students returning to school, obviously based on the health and safety of all staff, students, based on the state recommendations, and recognizing too that we believe that getting back to school in full capacity is what's best. So these 2 options are really predicated on what the state says. The option implementation may differ from elementary, middle, and high. And I'll explain that a little bit when we get into the plan. But we want consistency by level. So we want all middle schools to be offering the same, the model to look the same, so forth and so on. And also, we absolutely have to be ready to go in a very agile model to move to all virtual if we have to do that. So if you will click on that blue link now, Jane, we'll go to the plan. Wow, that was fast. Good job. So our goal was to provide the cabinet and you with the viable options for providing instruction and learning to our pre-K-12 student population while keeping staff, student, families safe and meeting guidelines set forth by the state. And we wanted to make sure that the physical and mental health of all of our stakeholders remain central to this plan. And that it was heartfelt to hear people always bringing that back up. You know, is that going to work for our teachers? Is that going to work for our staff? Is that going to work for kids? So I was very grateful for that, and that remains central to the work we did. This document is a draft. It's draft. It's not, as Dr. Cleveland said earlier, it's not a plan. It's a draft. And we have work groups that I'll share with you at the end who are ready and chomping at the bits to start the next process of moving forward with the work we need to do. You can scroll down, Jane. Thank you. So here are our recommendations. We first to follow up with Paul, and I appreciated sitting on his team and appreciated having him in my team. But we recognize that without high-speed connectivity for every single family and without good Chromebooks for every single student, none of the work that we're asking to be done can be done. So it seems like a symbiotic relationship that if we have to have those things in place for our plans to work. And so the two options, you can scroll down a little bit. Remembering that ideally we want students back in school. We want full capacity school, and that is the goal for everyone, I think. But in the case that we can't do that, we believe that we should have options for a blended or hybrid model, depending on those terms to be interchangeable, where students are coming to school for some time, and they're also participating in online learning through Google Classroom. So you could have students, if you could only have 15 students in a class, you can only see half of your students at one time. So you might have, in a high school, you might have an A day where half of your kids come and a B day, and then repeat that for the next 2 days. But they're still doing online work when they're not at school. We felt like that was really important. The importance of having face-to-face time with kids was something that was a high priority for everyone on the committee, not only from an academic standpoint of teaching and learning, but also from the social, emotional, and mental health well-being of students and teachers too. They miss seeing kids. So that blended model or hybrid model is one that we think is we have to do because we believe we have to see kids. And obviously, the more we can see them, the better. And also, but this is, of course, built on logistics. So how many kids, if you can only get 15 in a class, how many can you see, and so forth. And we also are thinking about this in terms of a continuum of services, and based on student need. Some students might be in school more often than other students. And then option 2 is the 100% virtual. So like we did in the spring, using Google Classroom, or in some cases, it might be an Edgenuity platform. And so we've learned a lot, and we will work on all of the things that you'll see some of the consistency issues that came up over the spring that we want to fix. And we're I think there's a lot of capacity to improve that outcome of what students experienced in the spring from that experience. And we've got teachers that can't wait to work on teams to put those plans together. Okay. The next part is budget. Yes. So the first bullet, of course, is one that we just mentioned, the reliable high-speed internet and Chromebooks, good working Chromebooks. We have to have those. Then the next couple of bullets are around professional learning. And so we, because we can't go face-to-face, there's a lot of professional learning that has to be developed virtual. And so we've got staff in between IT and CNI working all summer long to create these things, to identify. Terry was talking about Spark, that online training program. We're looking, adding things to that and building that out, allowing that to be kind of an anytime, anywhere for professional learning for teachers. Super excited about that, but that takes time and resources to get that done. And then the third bullet is schedulers, scheduling these blended sessions and figuring out who's going to do what when is going to have to be done this summer. And these people are off contract. So I just talked with Ryan Kettler this afternoon, and I said, don't be planning any big trips in July, Ryan. So I think everybody is just waiting to get in there and try to figure that out. But that's going to cost time and money to do as well. And then the next two bullets are around teacher professional learning. And an additional in-service day, if I remember a year or so ago, was told that it was almost $1 million to bring everybody back for an extra day. So, you know, I recognize that is probably completely unrealistic, but I wanted to put that in there, that if you were asking teachers to really shift the way they're teaching to a blended and or virtual model, there are people getting PhDs in this work. And so we have to prepare our teachers for that as best we can. Then there are a couple here that are not really in our lane. And I will have to say quickly that it was so hard to stay with CNI topics. You see here additional PPE and sanitation. We know that's in the safety and security group, but we couldn't help ourselves wanting to talk about it. And so it was really hard to keep focused on the CNI piece. We also know that we may need additional licenses for the Edgenuity program if more students choose that program. So let's talk a little bit more about the blended schedules. So you can keep going. One of the things that came out really quickly, and I was really proud to be a part of a district that felt like this, is that we needed to have consistency between our schools and certainly within levels. And so these ideas came up pretty quickly that we wanted to capture and wanted to make sure that people understood that we work as a district and that we would have consistent implementation of whatever it was we were doing across a level. And that's to support families, to support students, and to support teachers. But I won't go through all of those, but overarching goal to have a consistent implementation of whatever it was that we were working on. Then we have a series of next steps. And the first one is one that's already started. So I mentioned this, the working on the standards and working on our curriculum to compact in cases, to accelerate, to identify the essential standards so that at the very least, curriculum is ready to go and teachers don't have to worry about what is it that I'm going to teach. And if I'm only seeing them 1 day a week or 2 days a week, what is it that I am doing face-to-face and what am I putting in the virtual world? And so the teams of teachers have been working on that already. You can keep scrolling. So this is the big one, is the site schedule. As I mentioned earlier, trying to think about how you schedule a school of 2,600 into this model is going to take a lot of really sharp brains to make that work. And not only to think about just the schedule itself, but also addressing the needs of teachers. We know there are teachers who may not feel comfortable or have health concerns about coming back. So how do you manage who's in the building and who's not, who's teaching virtually, who's not? How do you manage your work schedule? You can keep scrolling down. This all kind of it keeps coming back together. The additional materials for elementary, they've got a few digital applications that they really want to make sure every student has access to. One's called iStation, which the PED has paid for this year, but we're not sure they'll provide it next year. And the elementary folks consider that to be an essential platform for student in reading. And Zern is another one that we use for math. We've got to plan and prepare for and deliver professional learning so that teachers have at least some modicum of understanding of what it's like to, what it means to teach from a pedagogical standpoint, virtual, how it's different. Then number 6, the workload is super important. So how do you determine a workload if you're asking a teacher to teach a blended model and they're seeing students every single day? When are they doing their virtual part? So that the instructional hours, the work life, the work balance, the planning balance, that's another big piece of this puzzle that has to be figured out. And then number 7, we really feel like before we can start building schedules, we need to know with some level of commitment, families that want to commit to a virtual environment for their children. If we had a pretty solid number of how many students in a school want virtual, then we could start to build we could understand more what capacity our schools are going to have for having kids. So we'd like to work on that. And then work groups. We've got Kurt Schmidt. I think he's probably spending a lot of time up in the middle of the night researching, but how do you handle fine arts, related arts, specials, electives? How do those students and those teachers get their due honoring of their work in this blended environment? And we know it's possible, but Kurt's going to lead that group, and especially with Kurt there, I know it's possible. And then social emotional learning. That's been an issue, a topic for us for a while, and this group believes that we absolutely have to have a social emotional curriculum component, whether it's a program. Tana's group has been working on that, has identified a program, an online program, but we all believe that focusing and really keeping central the social emotional well-being of students and staff both are essential to making this all work. Job descriptions for virtual learning. So one of the things that has come up was that we believe students need a support system, more than just one teacher. And so how could we use staff that we have to act as additional support for children? How can we create, in some of the elementary schools, we have the soft start. Some schools have had advisories in the past, bring that idea back, but building that village to support kids in this environment. I think we learned that over the last spring, that it's hard for a parent to do it solely, and it's hard for a teacher to do it solely. And so how do you bring a team together to support kids? We've got a lot of work in our special ed. They, of course, they did the ILTP, which I can't remember what it stands for, and so I shouldn't have said it, but it's the interim IEP, right, Jerry? And so how do we expand that to be appropriate for this new school year? And then finally, the norms around student engagement, around grading, attendance. We did not have a common attendance plan this past spring. And so we need to really, how do you take attendance when you're in a virtual world or even in a blended world? And do you have to do it twice at a time? Individualized temporary learning plan. Thank you. Interventions, how do you do that in a way that is consistent and meaningful for students? And then we talked about our work teams around our English learners and our special education students to make sure that we're paying attention to the needs of all of our students. And then parent professional learning opportunities to connect with IT as well. There are parent learning opportunities for CNIs and curriculum equally. And I think that's the next one is the work groups. Yeah. So we have our next steps. We are going to break out into smaller groups, and then bring more stakeholders. So all principals need to be around the table when we start talking about what model the blended or hybrid model would look like. We talked about there might be some specialty classes that have one teacher, and students in that taking that class might want to be virtual and some might want to be blended. And so that teacher can't be responsible for both. So how can we work between schools and bring students together? I was thinking about an AP class where might be students from both schools that would participate in a virtual setting with one teacher, and the other teacher could do the blended version. So we're going to have to be creative about that to make that work. So there's schedules teams. We talked about that. Renee and Jana are heading up those groups. Special education with Jerry, professional learning, Terry and the CNI team, fine arts and the related arts and the CTE and all of that. Kurt's leading, and then Suzanne, EL supports and Native American supports. So we have our work cut out for us. But like I said at the beginning, I feel better now that these 3 weeks we have this. It's like Paul's line about how do you eat an elephant? It's one bite at a time. And so this really feels like this is kind of one bite. And we want to move forward with the planning. And we really want to survey parents to find out some level of commitment about virtual settings so that we can start to make those plans for the schools. So thank you for your attention, and I will stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Luana, and happy. That's a huge task that you guys have undertaken, and so we appreciate all of your work on that. I'm going to go to the board now, and we'll start with board member or with Secretary Scott.
I don't have any questions at this time. I am fascinated with the information delivered, and I'm very excited to see that you have so much creative thought put into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to board member Cullen.
Thank you. This is board member Cullen. Since with Edgenuity, what levels can you teach with Edgenuity? Can you do it with full elementary level as well, because we're doing middle school and high school?
Yes, Luana Coleman. Yes, they do have an elementary program, and Elizabeth and Carl have been working with the Edgenuity company to investigate what that looks like. And I think we're getting ready for some, a deeper dive into that program.
Okay.
And, I think
because I know.
Sorry. I think we have to really establish the right students for the Edgenuity program and really do a nice job of outlining what the benefits, what courses, what grade levels, who would be best served, what kind of supports are needed in order to be successful in a program like that. So, and we've been working with cyber to get that done as well.
Okay, yeah, because I know it's been a very highly successful program in the district, and it shows great results. And I know that some parents are thinking about pulling their children out of school, going to homeschool option. And I think Edgenuity would really fill that gap for many of these parents that want to still keep their children at home, but be able to do Edgenuity. And then, of course, cyber does kind of the blended model as well, using the Edgenuity. Yeah. So thank you. Look forward to seeing the rest. I know it's a huge undertaking. And when I saw some of these figures, I was like, oh, $1 million per day. I was like, that stood right out. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, Luana.
Thank you, Catherine.
Okay, and Vice President Morgan.
Yeah, I got a question. And maybe I missed something. I tried to make sure I was listening very well. But when I went back and looked at all the percentages based off the parents' survey, and then when I look at your recommendations, it didn't look like your recommendations lined up with what the results of the parents said, what they preferred. So I'm just curious, again, traditional, the percent went from 32% to 38, blended 29 to 18, but fully online, which is what you had on the chart. I assume that's the same as virtual, it was the lowest, but yet that was one of the recommendations. So maybe I missed something. I'm just trying to understand why was traditional not even considered? And if you could talk to me about that, I would greatly appreciate that.
Not at all. This Lawana Coleman. So our first premise is ideally we want to be back in school at what we call full capacity, which is traditional. So these are options that we see are in place if there is state and public ed and health department orders that we are not to be at full capacity.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just want to make sure I was clear. It's like, okay, where's that option? You know, so, okay. I get it.
Okay, thank you. And Board Member Coleman.
Yes, thank you. I have two questions. The first is there any value to when you have the committees, maybe including maybe a student for their input?
So Lawana Coleman, thank you for that question. What we anticipate to include students in our next round. So as well as more teachers. And as I said, teachers have been calling and emailing and texting and sending really great ideas and their thoughts, and they're ready to get involved. And I think this work was, as Dr. Cleveland said, sort of the beginning work, the high level 30,000 foot work, and then getting more of the stakeholders and people on the ground really involved when we start developing this plan.
Good. And then my second question is, I guess I would just like kind of a perspective from any of the administration when it comes to families that are deciding to have their students do virtual and the potential of losing students to some other virtual programs. How are we preparing ourselves for doing whatever we can for that? Do you see that being a challenge?
Well, Lawana Coleman, I think that the goal is by providing these options and within the virtual option, Edgenuity or the Google Classroom, that gives some level of choice for families within that virtual option. So, you know, I think some school districts are saying we're using all one model or all one platform, and so I think we thought that option to have either Edgenuity or Google Classroom as the platform gave some choice there. I think that, you know, back to the idea of professional learning and really getting our teachers trained in pedagogy and support through the SEL, that we can still provide the level of support for students that we're known for. It just looks a little different.
Right. I appreciate all the.
Can I respond just to that one thing and then hold the rest of my comments? If parents are looking at the highest performing virtual in the state, that's pretty much cyber and Edgenuity. And so they might look at other options, but if they do, it's not going to be based on performance. It's probably going to be based on something else. So, you know, our cyber program Edgenuity produces really strong results, so much so that the state's come here a couple of times. Farmington has come here trying to figure out why ours is so high performing compared to others in the state. I do know the state is going to float one, but if you remember a few years ago, we had statewide cyber. It was awful. I hate to say that, but it was. And so I don't think too many people who were ever part of that would want to be part of it again. But the state is going to offer a virtual for those who want it, because some of the small districts don't have the capability, they say, of doing it on their own. I would think that would be a really big mistake.
Thank you. And thank you for all the effort that the committee has put forth. I look forward to seeing what comes out of the rest of your work.
Great. Thank you, Wynn. And, you know, I think I don't really have any questions, but a comment. I think you guys are doing a great job. By the way, you guys there's great people on your committee. I think my biggest concern is the time. Is how do we get this out to parents? You know, I've talked to 2 different families this week, just briefly, who don't want to send their kids into school, and I've kind of said, you know, I know the district's working on having an online platform, which Ingenuity is, I have to say, is fantastic. My son did his geometry through that last semester, and it was the one class that didn't cause him stress because he knew his expectations. But how do we get this out to parents quickly so we don't lose parents who are already maybe buying the books for homeschool and have started looking at other things? How do we let them know now that this is, you know, things that we're working on, it's going to be an option for them as soon as school starts?
Could I add a few things into that if there are no other board member comments? Did every board member get a chance?
They did, yeah. And I'll give them another chance to think.
Who has not?
I think everyone's spoken so far. Yeah.
All right. Going back to the comments about the traditional, the secretary has already told us that that's probably not going to be an option from his perspective right now. So that's one of the reasons that we're looking at these options right now. What I was looking for a few minutes ago was I received something from Los Alamos, and they're a really fine district. So I'm always interested in what they're doing. And this is what's in their plan. We are seeking your thoughts about these 2 options that are under consideration. We recognize that many parents and staff would prefer in-person school 5 days a week with full days, but that is probably not going to be possible at all this year. Therefore, we are considering other options that allow us to take into account the need to reduce class size. And their plan has come up almost identical to ours. It's just amazing, as we have not had a conversation with them. Their 2 options are a hybrid model. Their hybrid's a little different, and so I want to share that because I thought it was kind of interesting. Half their students are going to attend on Monday and Tuesday, and the other half will attend on Thursday and Friday. And what they're going to do is Wednesday and Saturday will be used for intensive cleaning and sanitizing of their facility. So that's a different way of looking at how people go about doing things. But then they're asking their staff to choose. And so option 1, hybrid, is 2 days in school, 3 days at home, or the remote is 5 days remote. And so it's very, very similar. They also talk about, as we have, that children with disabilities, for example, of serious disabilities may go 5 days a week in order to meet their IEP. And so there are some children that may need to go more often, or children who speak a language other than English. All of our options aren't great for a child who doesn't speak English. So, you know, they may be in school more often in order to bring their English skills up so that they can participate. But I would hate to put a child who doesn't speak English very well on the English language arts of Ingenuity. They're pretty much doomed to failure. On the other hand, they might be okay in the math. You know, they might be able to figure out enough of it in terms of the mathematics. But it is very almost identical, the plan that Los Alamos has come up with. And we didn't visit with them or talk with them about it at all. They also are speaking about what they're going to do with the staff who cannot be in a face-to-face model at all. And if it's not a large enough number, what are they going to do with that staff, those staff members? And one of the things I mentioned the other day to Cabinet was looking at perhaps a permanent team of substitutes, because I really don't think we're going to have a lot of people wanting to substitute during the pandemic. And so what happens, you know, do you have highly skilled people that can step in when you have an illness? And you're not going to be able to just go out and get a regular substitute and put them in and think they're going to do this virtual classroom unless they've been trained to do so. So there's still a lot of things to work out. But as I said, the goal is really to now move on to phase 2, where we get down to the specifics of actually working out the plan. But we wanted to know if you had any issues, any heartburn, anything you would want us to consider before we go that direction. The other I want to emphasize again is the state and what might happen. When we met the other day, the 5 of us, I kind of fell out of my chair because the first thing they said was, well, we're really thinking about all K-3 going all day and upper elementary not going to school, not coming into school at all. What do you think about that? And we said, oh my goodness, probably not what we would want. But their rationale was a really good one. Their rationale was that children in K1 and 2 and 3 may be the most at risk in losing the essential skills they need to be successful for the remaining part of their career in school. But there are ways we can work around that. And you think about what that would do to families, parents, where they've got one child at a school and the other's home, and they're trying to balance all of that and make it work. So there's a lot, but we don't know what the state is going to come up with. They also talked about K-8 going most of the time into high school, students not coming in at all. And of course, I'd be absolutely opposed to that. I think that would be an awful thing to do to high school kids. So, but there's a lot of other ideas, and we don't know what's going to come up through the state process. So I just want people to remember that that's still out there, and the state may come up with different ideas in addition to the ideas that the individual school districts are coming up with. Thank you for your report. Very thorough, very good, very thoughtful.
I had another question. Again, was there any talk about a grading system? Is it going to be the same? I know when we went into to the pandemic, they went from a B, C, D, E, F to a pass fail. I didn't see that in here. Is there consideration around that as well? How do you guys plan on doing that?
Yes, Luana Coleman. Yes, we heard loud and clear that teachers and students really didn't care for the pass fail. And so we anticipate moving back to the same grading that we've had up to this point, with some attention paid to how it might look different in this blended and or virtual model, but staying with that A to F scale that we used.
President Galbraith, can we take another quick 5-minute break?
Yeah, hold it. Can we wait 1 second? Just make sure we got there's a couple more questions that want to come through. Is that okay? We go through those.
I had a couple more, but I'll wait at the next. I'll wait for another time. Yeah, I got a couple more, but I'll wait. That's fine. Dr. Cleveland, let's get you your 5-minute break. I can wait.
I know Catherine has a question too. Do you need to ask that real quick, Catherine, before we?
Well, I thought that we would try to, before we move on to the next presentation, if we wrap up all the questions, would that be okay with Dr. Cleveland? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if there's technical, or there's, okay.
If there is a technical issue or something else.
There was one other thing I should have added too. Absolutely. I do know that one of the things that they are looking at is adding on another 14 days of school. The state is, and it would be attached at the end of the year. And I don't know where that will go, but that is surfaced as one of the possibilities that the state is looking at to make up some of the time. But they initially talked about attaching it at the first or splitting it. And I think for the reasons that Luana has addressed, is there's just not time to get ready for this shift, for, everything will be so different. So now I think if they do decide to do, it would basically be an extended year for all students, and we would be going into school well into June. But that is not anything final, and that is certainly just one of the things that has been proposed. But I was surprised at how much traction that's picked up, especially from some legislators. So that's another possibility that we might see as a change given, depending on where the state is going with it.
Okay. I'm going to just go back through my board members real quick because I can see there's a couple more questions. And after that, we can take a break before we move on to our next agenda item. So Jeffrey, did you want to finish asking your questions and then I'll move over to
Dr. Cleveland just talked about it. I was going to ask about the timing of the school, depending upon how the schedule was going to be, making sure that every student get the same amount of time, same amount of attention. But Dr. Cleveland, she touched on it, so I'm okay.
Okay. Catherine Cullen, did you want to go ahead and ask your questions?
Yes, the board member Cullen. And one of the things you were touching on earlier, and if we went with something like the blended model, I think, having the different kind of what cyber does is they have certain grade levels that come in within their school. And if we did that as well as the middle school and the high school, so we can spread those students across the whole campus for those certain days, even if it's just 1 2 days. Is that kind of what you're looking? I see your head shaking, LaWanda, so I'm assuming that's kind of what we're looking at with that blended model, is just having certain grades at certain times coming in so they're spread out.
Yes, LaWanda Coleman. I don't know that we could do it by grade, but I think we could do it by alphabet, in middle school. It might be a team. We've got to look at that a little more closely. At high school, there's some challenges with kids that are in multiple classes of grade levels. So it gets a little more complicated than just saying all ninth grade come on one day. Maybe you could do ninth grade, but probably not beyond that. So, but yes, that's exactly right. And I like the model Dr. Cleveland was saying about Los Alamos, having a day that to clean the building, for teachers to do prep and to work with their online seems almost essential. So yeah, that's exactly right.
And I know that when Jeffrey Morgan had touched on the survey and all that, and then we talked about, we just know that traditional is not going to probably be the option unless something significantly changes in the state. But so that's why we're looking at these other options. And I know it's very stressful for all of you. It's as well as us as the board and as parents trying to figure out what we're going to be doing just in a short couple of months. And so, we're certainly, I'm seeing comments from the parents out there and what they're looking at. And I know it is stressful for everybody. So it is a huge undertaking because it's such a quick turnaround on how we're teaching. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Lynn Coleman, do you have any other questions, comments? You're good. And okay, Noreen Scott, did you have anything else?
I do not.
Okay. And so for me, just once again, I just want to encourage us as a district, just to make sure we get some of this information out. I just know a lot of parents are already looking at what they're going to do. And so I feel for you, Luana, because it's a big undertaking to take in a short amount of time. And I look at your time frame and your schedule, I just feel like, but you guys are amazing. And I know that you can get it done. I'm grateful for you and for Dr. Cleveland for putting these task force together. I think we've seen really good things from them. But yeah, if we can just, I just want our parents not to leave us and just to stay with us and know that we're working on stuff for them, or you are working on stuff for them. So thank you again.
That is Beth's presentation. That's what her committee is charged with, is how do we get this information out to parents? How do we get it out to the community? And they've done really good work too. We didn't know if doing 3 next week might be a little heavy, and so we've saved that one for the last. But if you would prefer that we go and do all 3 of them next week, we could do that, and it would push that committee up a week. So be thinking about that and let me know what your thoughts are. But what we do have the health and safety next week, and we do have the student and staff services next week. They are also very comprehensive presentations, and so we held the one on the communications until the 29th. But if you think that's too late to hear that presentation to move forward, we're doing some of the things already. Beth is already on top of a lot of that now. But we certainly have not put out the particulars until the board's had an opportunity to hear it. And so that's what we're doing. That's obviously what we're doing right now. So we could do three. We could do three next week. It would be quite a marathon. So let me know what you think.
Yeah, I think we're okay if the board wants to say anything to it. I'm mostly concerned, I guess, with the curriculum part of it than a lot of the other components. And so it was good to hear this presentation today. Does anyone else want to speak to that?
I just want to say good job. Lots of good information. This is the stuff I really think the parents should see. To see all the work that went behind this, I think they would appreciate that. So very good job. Very good job.
Okay. So we will take, Dr. Clevin, do you have anything else? We'll go ahead and take a break if you have nothing else.
If you all want to move on, just move on. I've got a couple of calls that have come in, and I can just step out if you really don't want to take the 5 minutes. And I don't think it'll be long for me to take the call, but one of them is from Santa Fe, so I really need to know why they're calling me right now.
Okay, I think we will take the break because I'd like you to be.
Okay, all right.
So we'll take a 5-minute break. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Noreen, I'm going to stay on the call. I don't need a break, so.
I think everyone else is going, so you can hang out there if you want.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time. I know.
I'll be sitting here.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Cleveland may get back on.
Yes, just getting on now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, board members, if you want to show me that you're here, putting your cameras back on. Thank you. Cleveland, I'm waiting for Jeffrey Morgan and Noreen Scott. Jeffrey, if you're there, can you put your camera on? Noreen. Okay, there's Secretary Scott. Jeffrey told me he wasn't going to go anywhere. Okay, this meeting is back in session, and we are moving on to our next item, which is a discussion about Rancho Public Schools sports reopening. Larry Chavez will now be our presenter for this, and I see Larry's on. Are you ready to go, Larry?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
This is Larry Chavez, Executive Director of Athletics. Good evening, Madam President Galbraith, Superintendent Dr. Cleveland, and members of the Rio Rancho Public Schools Board of Education. I am here this evening to present the Phase 1 guidelines for summer high school athletic practices and to make a recommendation to the board a starting date for these activities since the closing of athletics on March 13th. In preparing these guidelines, we are following the guidelines set forth by the New Mexico Activities Association, which is following Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham and the CDC guidelines. I have also been in constant communication with the following district athletic directors in working on the Phase 1 guidelines. Ernie Viramontes of the Las Cruces Public Schools, Kenny Barreras of the Albuquerque Public Schools, Wilson Holland of the Las Lunas Public Schools, Frank Wayland, Farmington Municipal Schools, and Larry H. Chavez of the Santa Fe Public Schools. I also sit on the following committees and boards. I am the Large School Area A representative on the New Mexico Activities Association Commission. I sit on the board of directors for the New Mexico High School Coaches Association. I am currently the vice president of the New Mexico Athletic Directors Association, and I will become the president at the end of July. I am one of 3 New Mexico representatives on the Section 6 NIAAA, which is a National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Section 6 consists of New Mexico, Oklahoma, Colorado, Arkansas, and Texas. Plus, I sit on 2 planning committees on the reopening of the Rio Rancho Public Schools, the Staff and Student Services Committee, and the Communications and Community Concerns Committee. To say this is a fluid situation is an understatement. This is ever-changing from day to day. I have been able to view the problems and planning of both academic and athletics. At the conclusion of this presentation, I will review some previous questions given to me, then happy to answer other questions. So at this time, please refer to the Phase 1 guideline document. The opening statement. General description of activities. Coaches may meet with athletes at a 5-to-1 ratio. These will be referred to as pods from here on out. Coaches and athletes may not rotate pods. Individual skill development and mental health should be the focus. No physical contact, no sharing of any equipment, no sharing of any water bottles, water fountains, or water cows. There are to be no games or scrimmages or competitive matchups. Limitations of gatherings is restricted to more than 5 pods outdoor per sport and no more than 3 pods indoors per sport. Students and coaching staff must maintain a distance of 6 feet apart at all times, which is following the social distancing guidelines. 4 columns have been created to help follow along. We have the best practices, points of emphasis, parties responsible, and the time frame. The first section, the COVID-19 testing for all coaching staff. Prior to directing or participating summer workouts, staff members, including coaches, must submit a negative COVID-19 test to the building athletic director and have it on file in the appropriate high school athletic office. The parties responsible are the head coach, assistant coach, and athletic trainers. The executive director of athletics and school administrators will oversee this. Coaches who have already tested may provide proof of a negative COVID-19 test, and the test will be taken within 7 days of the start of the scheduled phase 1 start date, which is yet to be determined. Coaches who have scheduled a COVID-19 test should keep appointments. Coaches who have not scheduled a COVID-19 test should schedule a test ASAP. Proof of a negative COVID-19 test must be submitted to the building athletic director prior to participating in the summer workouts, which is a start date to be determined. Going on to the second page. Physicals for student athletes, something that has been asked about, and it's been a great concern, discussed several times in my committees. The 2019-20 sports physical shall be accepted for the 2021 school year if the following criteria are met over the time period since the student's 2019-20 sports physical. Student did not have any new injury. Student did not receive a new medical diagnosis. Student has not had COVID-19. If any of the above criteria are not met, the student must have an updated sports physical for the 2020-21 school year. Students who did not receive a sports physical during the 2019-2020 school year must also have an updated physical. Parties responsible: student athlete, the parent, head coach, the athletic trainer, and the building athletic director. The time frame. Proof of physical on file must be confirmed prior to being cleared to participate in any 2020 summer workouts, along with all up-to-date signed by the parents. I tried to get the waiver over to you. I was hoping to get it to you, but the NMAA has now provided the schools with a NMAA 2020-2021 participation examination waiver form. So that waiver form has several questions on it, and it's signed by the parent and the student. And I'm not sure if you were able to get it in your packet, or if Jane was ever able to get it to you. Operations and procedures, the next section. We should all have entrance and exit strategy. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll slow down. Oh, we're not on that page yet. Go back up, right there. Operations and procedures. Entrance and exit strategies. We should stagger the start and end of each group. Temperature taken by the head coach, assistant coach in charge. A 2-hour practice window. 1 hour and 30 minutes of the workout is a workout time. That would give 15 minutes before the workout for the checklist procedure and 15 minutes after the workout to get to their vehicle and clear the parking lot. Hand washing before participating in the workout. The students must wear their mask upon arrival and departure. Coaches will wear their mask at all times during the workout. We will discuss facilities cleaning. Hand sanitizers will be available, and no fans will be allowed. Or they're all closed workouts. That is to limit the number in the building. Parties responsible, we have all those student athletes, the head coach, the assistant coach, athletic trainers, building athletic director, myself, the school custodians, the maintenance department, and security. The time frame. The building athletic director will approve the entrance and exit plan prior to the start of summer workouts. Coaches will submit a workout plan to the building athletic director for approval prior to the start of the summer workouts. Executive Director of Athletics will collaborate with RRPS Maintenance Department to develop a plan to clean facilities prior to the start of the summer workouts. I am in discussions with Todd Doss currently. Now to page 3. The pre-workout screening. All coaches and students should be screened daily for signs, symptoms of COVID-19 prior to a workout, including a temperature check. Anyone with a temperature of greater than 103 degrees should not participate and will be sent home and the parent contacted. Parties responsible: head coach, the assistant coach, the trainer, the building athletic director. The time frame, the athletic trainer and head coach will outline procedures for daily pre-screening. I want that to occur the first 15 minutes of practice. Head coach and athletic trainer will create a daily log for all data, and we are currently in discussions with each athletic director at the building as to a time frame when these forms will be collected from each coach. I was hoping to get one in your packet. It is a COVID-19 athlete coach monitoring form provided to us by the New Mexico Activities Association.
Larry, just so you know, we got those documents.
Okay. Oh, great. Thank you. So I thank Jane for getting those over to you guys. We did get those provided to us by the NMAA. Tried to get those over to you. Facilities. The following areas are closed during phase 1. All locker rooms, the athletic training room, the coach's office, and the weight room. There will be no fans allowed. All workouts are closed. No weight equipment will be allowed out of the weight room. Something that we are discussing is the process and procedure for the restroom, the access and cleaning of it, and we're still discussing that. Todd Dawson, myself. Sanitation equipment and supplies will be available, and I'll go into that in the next page. Parties responsible, all of those listed. Time frame. Maintenance department, custodians, AD, school administrator will outline a procedure and plan for consistent cleaning of the facilities prior to the start of the summer workouts. The head coach will outline and submit a plan for approval prior to the start of the summer workouts for the restroom access and use. We're trying to limit how many restrooms will be open. We're trying to figure out which ones are open. That way the students do have a place to go to the restroom if needed, but we're also trying to limit the amount of time that's going to need to clean those areas. Now to the next page, page 4. Page 4, PDP training and meetings. Workshop or video training by the maintenance department. This is to instruct individuals as how to sanitize and disinfect the areas of use correctly. We're going to follow the protocol similar to the concussion protocol, which will be the coaches will view it and then submit an acknowledgement form that they viewed it and understand the sanitation and disinfecting procedures. Parties responsible: head coach, assistant athletic director, and the executive director of athletics. The time frame: the building athletic director will work with the athletic trainers and NMAA to develop district-wide training for all parties involved. The building athletic director will work with the head coach to develop parent dissemination of information and protocol. All coaches will view the training video on disinfecting area of use. The coach will fill out the form provided, sign and date the form, then turn in the form to the building athletic director to be kept on file in the high school athletic office. And lastly, you truly see a generation gap in the committees I sit on amongst coaches and athletic directors. The older coaches and ADs, such as myself, and I am in the older category, want to take this slow and not rush things. Younger coaches are ready to go as soon as they can. If they could have gone yesterday. So there truly is a bit of a generation gap in this. Some of the questions I will go over. There are several items that need to be put in place before we can begin phase one. My recommendation to Dr. Cleveland and the Rio Rancho Public Schools Board of Education is for us to begin June 29th, even though the NMA has given us the permission to go June the 15th. I want to CYA the district of any potential problems. I want to make sure all I's are dotted, all T's are crossed. My opinion, June 15th is not realistic to begin, and June 29 gives all the needed time to be ready to begin phase one. Phase one will be voluntary, not mandatory, nor highly recommended for student athletes. Programs may take part in phase one if the coaches want. Not all programs will conduct practices during phase one. Just as with the students, it is voluntary. We will not hire any extra coaches for phase one. The programs will conduct phase one with the staff they currently have. We're looking at about $2,000 from the budget for thermometers, batteries, and portable hand sanitizers. Parents will need to have their child cleared with all paperwork through the high school athletic office for the 2021 school year before their child may participate in phase one. And part of that is that waiver from the NMAA. Participation in phase one summer workouts is voluntary. If a parent does not feel comfortable, the student does not need to participate and will not be held against them. The checklist is pretty stringent, and it says a temperature of 100.3 and below may stay for practice, and a temperature of 100.5 needs to be sent home. This needs to be relayed to the parents and make sure the parents know there is no leeway from the NMAA on the temperature. Athletic director will be in constant communication with the head coaches during phase one, as the entrance and exit strategies must be turned into the building athletic director, as well as the length of practice and other procedures. I have also relayed to the athletic directors, which will relay to their coaches later this week after it's been determined a date to begin, that Dr. Cleveland has made it crystal clear to me that any program that does not follow the guidelines presented on Monday night or cuts corners, that program will be shut down immediately. And now at this time, I stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Larry, so much for coming and presenting this to us. I've had people call me in the community asking about it, and so I really appreciate you coming and doing this. Noreen Scott, we'll go ahead and start with you if you have some questions that you would like to ask.
I want to thank you for that comprehensive presentation. And I realize it's a challenging time for you and the coaches. Will there be parental volunteers for some of these folks, for some of the little groups that you have, the pods?
We will not. We will be going with our coaching staff only. It's our policy that anyone that comes in contact with any of the our student athletes or students in that matter need to be cleared through district office and go through the same procedure as any coach that has been cleared. So our coaching staffs will be conducting all these procedures and practices with the coaching staffs they have at this time.
Thank you.
Could I just add one comment to that? We have a really clear directive from our insurance carrier that handles all of our liability and everything. But until this thing gets better, we won't have any non-school personnel in our buildings. And so that's coming from so for in the immediate future, we do not anticipate that we will have parent volunteers. We don't anticipate that we will have contractors in the building when students are in the building. And so that's what we're getting, is to keep it to the minimum number of people outside the organization that students interact with. So, I just wanted to add, it's not just athletics, it's everything, that it's to be kept pretty tight, at least for now, until we see where this is going. So you may be hearing about that from parents who want to be in the building and want to be in their child's classroom, at least for now. That's not going to be an option.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cleveland. Larry, do your coaches feel like they are going to be able to complete this task as far as without any additional volunteers? Are they feeling concerned about that? Have you heard anything in regards to that?
The few I've spoken to know that they have to make these adjustments and arrangements, and that our budget at this time cannot have more coaches added. The thing about it is, if we had three paid coaches at Cleveland, we got to hire 3 paid coaches at Rio Rancho High in that one sport. Our budget at this time cannot take it, so our coaches need to make the proper adjustments.
Okay. Vice President Morgan, do you have questions, comments?
Yeah, Larry, very good job on the work and on the information. I got one question. Help me understand about the temperature. 100.3. Is that on the high end? I mean, my job asked me to purchase a thermometer, and before I go out every day, I have to shoot myself on the forehead and measure my temperature. I've been around 96, 97. I was 100.3. Is that high? I mean, kind of give me an idea. And the reason why I'm asking, you're talking about young athletes and a kid that may work out before he come to practice. And if that thing tilts any higher than that, he's at risk. Kind of walk me through that if you don't mind. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
That 100.3 was not set by the Rio Rancho Public Schools or by myself or any of the athletic directors. It was set by the New Mexico Activity Association, who was in communication with the CDC. So that's statewide for us. So I don't know, honestly, Jeff, where 100.3 came from. If I answered any differently, I'd be lying to you. So I'm just letting you know.
I appreciate that.
It was sent to us, and so we're going to follow that guideline.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do for you, Larry. Tomorrow when I work out, I'm going to check my temperature before I work out and after, and I'll let you know what it is, because I felt like 100.3. I'm saying it could be low. I mean, my son is a decent athlete. I mean, I can imagine his temperature going up and down. And then not to mention, these kids, the temperature outside is not very low. I mean, you're talking, I could go outside on a hot day and, man, my temperature could skyrocket. So that's the reason why I was asking, where did that come from? Is there any leeway? I used to take my mom to the doctor. She's 89 years old. And believe me, by the time she walks down the hallway, the level of her blood pressure would have went up 2-3 levels. And the doctor used to have her sit down and take a minute to rest before they check it again to get a true pulse. And that's the reason why I was asking about that.
No, I understand. I mean, it was just something that was relayed to us and sent to us by the NMAA that was relayed to them through the CDC. So I really don't know where they decided on that one temperature.
All right. I'll get you the information. I'll test myself tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
In general, 100.3 is considered the break between a low-grade fever and a high-grade fever.
Oh, okay.
And so that's the break right there. And that's why I'm sure they chose that. But once you have 100.4, you're considered to have a high fever versus a low-grade one. And a low-grade can go down all as far as 99. So that's a little tiny bit of trivia that I know that I'll share with you.
All right. Thank you.
I know we're not that either.
Well, and I know that, and I don't, maybe this would be a conversation to have with NMAA, but in the hospitals, a lot with the nurses, they have to take their temperatures before they can go in during, when everything was really, really tight. And they would give them 3 chances so they could sit down, cool down for a second, and then they would retest them. And I don't know if that's a possibility that we could do, but that might be something worth looking into. I know my sister, who's a nurse, she had, she was in her hot car. She came in and her temperature was too high, so they let her sit down and cool off, and she was fine. So.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Board Member Coleman.
Mr. Sauber, thank you so much for presenting this. I wanted to find out if a student does come with a temperature that requires them to go home, will they be able to then within the next 24 hours come back and see what their temperature is 24 hours later, just like you would do in school?
I was told that they needed to see the parent would be contacted, and then the parent would have to take them in to get their private, the primary care physician, a note from them. But I can look into that, Ms. Coleman. I can look into that to see if they can come back the next day. I've been in constant communication via text or phone calls with Sally Marcus of the NMAA. If I didn't know the answer to some of those questions, I would contact her. Just this morning, we had another conversation on out-of-state travel, and now that we're there, I'm anticipating that question from someone. The out-of-state travel was supposed to be on the checklist. They took it out, but we're still to follow the governor's guidelines, and the governor's guidelines is if they fly out of state, it's a 14-day quarantine. But if they drive out of state, it's a 14-day recommended quarantine. So that is something that we can actually look into to add to our checklist, because we can add something to our checklist, and that is something that concerns me, is the out-of-state travel, because we have so many club sports that are not following governor's guidelines and traveling out of state and then coming back and not following some of our guidelines. So that is something that I can seriously look into adding.
Right, and I did take the time to watch the interviews with the executive director, and I know that there's some autonomy with the districts with some of these things. And so I appreciate looking into the other states because, and this goes to my second question, when you have student athletes that are doing club sports that are traveling to different states, for example, whose restrictions, whose phase 1 has occurred sooner than ours, they're coming back in and then going into practice or return to play with us. I would like, and Lauren might be able to kind of contribute to this comment, but I have a question about the liability as a district. If some of our students contract something from a student that's been in contact with somebody, for example, in a club sport, that might have it or pass it along.
Lauren, are you on?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
What when can you ask that again? I mean, because it's kind of it's a long, winding question.
I know. So I know that we have the pre-participation examination, but what I'm also wondering, and Lauren, if you can speak to this, if we have, say, a student athlete that's participating in club sports ends up somehow wherever they've been contracting COVID-19 and comes into practice in contact with other students, and then other students get sick, what liability do we have as a district? And is there any type of waiver that we might need to put together that would release our liability in situations like that?
Madam President, Board Member Coleman, I think that's a very good question. It's a little hard to answer because we've never really been in a situation quite like this where there's a pandemic. At least not in recent memory. we can conceivably be sued for any reason by anybody at any time. How that will work out in the end, if we went to court, it's hard to say. I think what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have all the precautions in place, that we're following the guidelines that we've been given by the CDC and our health department, and that we're conscientiously implementing those things, and that we're following the directions that our insurance carrier has given us, that we make sure that we're doing an adequate and thorough job. And then we'll have to wait till we'll let things kind of we'll have to see how things develop if that ever comes, if that's a situation that we ever face. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you, but
No,
Let me just add one thing they told superintendents, Board Member Coleman. What they told superintendents was the best protection you have against, any kind of legal claims, is just what Lauren said, is you follow the orders, you follow the governor's directives, and you follow the public health department's orders, and that is the single best way to protect yourselves against liability. And districts who have chosen or are now choosing not to follow them at all, just are going to do whatever they decide they're going to do, that they're the ones that really run the greatest risk of liability. The others, of course, we can't control what happens in club sports. We have no oversight whatsoever for that at all, unless we let them use our facilities. And if we let them use our facilities, then they would have to follow the guidelines set down by this district in order to use those. And again, we follow those directives. So that's what we were told. If you want, the safest thing is to follow the public health orders and follow them to the letter of the law. And then, beyond that, it would be very hard to prove that you were liable in terms of someone getting, we can't guarantee that, we can't guarantee at all that someone is not going to get COVID-19 in our district. It's just, we can't guarantee it. And we all know that. But if we do everything we can possibly do that's reasonable, then that should lower our liability. That being said, as Lauren has said to me a couple of times, anybody can sue you for anything. And of course they can. But I just wanted to share what we've been told about liability from the state.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. So thanks again, Larry, Mr. Chavez, for putting this together.
Thank you.
Okay, and Board Member Cullen.
Hi, yes, this is Board Member Catherine Cullen. So that was one of my questions, was the liability. And so I know even with my business, we have hold harmless that we're having them sign. Is that an option, Lauren? I know it's not typically used, but we're using it in our business settings now because of COVID, that the attorneys have started drafting up.
Yeah, Madam President, Board Member Cullen, I think we're fairly used to using different types of waivers for activities for students. I think this is something that we could put together as well in this situation. Unfortunately, when it comes right down to it, those often don't hold very much water. But it's a good practice to make sure that everybody understands what the risks are, that they understand what their responsibilities are, and that we deal with that beforehand. I'm happy to work with Larry on preparing something along those lines.
Yeah, that is something that we want to look at. We could still end up having some liability on it, but it's something just to protect ourselves, for they know exactly what they're getting into. But I did see, which I thought was, so on here it says the students have not had COVID-19, so before they can go, but so they can't have COVID at all to be able to play into sports, Larry?
No, that one came out, I think, I'm going through this real quick. That's for a physical. That's to use their physical from last year. If they had COVID-19, then they would need another physical.
Okay.
That's where that came from.
Okay. And then, so my understanding is I guess I thought this was a little weird because we can't even have anybody in our district office yet. Everybody's still working remotely, but we're already going back to athletics. And that just seems so premature to me if we can't even have district personnel in, because they're going to be using our facilities, even though they're wiping it down and all that. So it feels like before we get back to somewhat of a normalcy that we're actually bringing out athletics. And I know what you're talking about, Larry. I know there's the generation differences. Some are ready to go and some are, trying to be more cautious. But if Ped's saying don't bring in your employees yet to the office, but now we're bringing back students for athletics.
Board Member Cullen, I know your concern 100% because I said that in one of our New Mexico High School Coaches Association board meetings. I got on my soapbox and I mentioned that we always preach that we are educational based athletics. And in my opinion, we were putting the cart before the horse by bringing back athletics so quick. I was hoping that we wouldn't return honestly till after the 4th of July. I was disappointed when June 15th date came about, and that's why I continued with my stance of let's wait till June 29th. Let's let things settle down. They called summer school was called off, K through 5 was called off. There were several other educational settings that were called off or canceled. I've been in education all my life. I come from a family of educators. Athletics has been my life. But in this situation, I have a hard time, honestly. I have a hard time seeing athletics come back so soon. I thought we were being athletically based education and thought we were no better in the club world, to tell you the truth. But
so why are we doing June 29th? Is June 29th coming from the NMAA? Or because they can go at the 15th? Is this the recommendation that you got from the district? Because can't we as a board push it till July?
I am recommending June 29th to give us time to get enough infrared thermometers, the coaches' COVID-19 test, the parents enough time to get cleared through the athletic offices and have the NMAA waiver form signed, collect all the items for sanitizing for the disinfecting stations, sanitizing and disinfecting training coaches video, have the coaches have enough time to turn in their entrance and exit strategies, and also the practice planning, which needs to be turned in. Yes, the board, you as the board and Dr. Cleveland can say, well, we don't agree with June 29th. Well, we want you to open June 15th, or we'd like you to open July 6th. I mean, that's your final decision. My recommendation was June 29th because from the time our buildings were closed back in March, I made an executive decision to close the athletic facilities April, May, and June to give time for our maintenance people to get into the buildings and clean and fix all the problems. And thinking that maybe after July the 4th, we'd be through the COVID-19 pandemic enough to be able to open up a little bit. I was disappointed with June 15th. I was not very happy because I knew the younger coaches were going to be pushing to get after it, while the older coaches are saying, "Hey, let's slow down a little bit." Honestly, as an ex-basketball and baseball coach, because I know around here I'm known for track and cross country, but I was a basketball and baseball head coach at one time. I would tell my kids, you know what? Continue working out on your own during phase 1, and I'll see you guys during phase 2. But right now, it's we're allowed to open up, and giving the parents enough time and myself enough time to collect all the information and the equipment needed, plus giving the coaches time to come up with their strategies for entrance and exit and planning. I felt June 29th would be okay.
one of the rationales for it that we were shared is that most everything will be outside, and so that they believe it's safer outside than it is inside. There are fewer infections. One of the lowest groups to have infections are construction workers. You would think that wouldn't be the case, but it's being outside in the fresh air and the but that being said, even today in our meeting this morning, there were several superintendents who asked for it to be called back. We run the gamut in our state of folks who want to do nothing but just return everything exactly the way it was, and that's what they're recommending, everything, to those who want much more prescriptive kinds of protections for their staff and their students. So we're going to have a hard time as we end up looking at August, what it's going to look like in our state. But that was one of the rationales, was most of it's outside. There's more fresh air versus being inside, like for school or other things. So I don't know whether that's true or not, but that was what we were told.
And during these practices, they're 6 feet apart at all times. So they're just basically working out is what it is, because they can't have any contact with each other.
Basically, it's individual skill development and for the mental health. That's what it's for. Yes, there's no contact. They cannot share equipment. For example, in baseball, a pitcher cannot throw a baseball to the catcher and have it thrown back because they're sharing equipment. So a lot of this is just individual skill development and mental health.
So yeah,
you better have a lot of baseballs, man. You better have a whole lot of baseballs.
So I'm sorry, this is Catherine Cullen. So it still seems like the phase 2 would have made a lot more sense then, Larry, than opening it up on phase 1 for what you were actually thinking.
In my opinion, yes, but that's just my opinion.
Right, and that makes more sense because they're just working out at this point individually.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Gwen Coleman, I think you have some questions.
Yes, Board Member Coleman, probably more a couple of statements. My understanding was that this is for conditioning, and I do have a concern about doing this. I don't see why we can't wait till phase 2, and they can continue even if there's some way, if we're looking at doing online learning with our students, if there might be some way that the coaches can have online interactions with the athletes. I'm having a hard time considering all the things that we are looking at academically that we've had to cut out, bringing back athletes for individual workouts and emotional support for them. So.
Okay, thank you. Noreen Scott, do you have anything additional you want to add in?
I do not. Thank you.
Jeffrey Morgan. Okay. Dr. Cleveland, did you want to speak more to this?
No, I think I've already had an opportunity to say about my concerns and what the rationale has been. I do think that the one thing, everything Larry said, but the one thing I do want to be sure is parent choice on this. There's no mandatory, there's no requirement, there could be no penalties for not participating. So it definitely is a parent choice as opposed to a district choice. And so that, yeah, it is up to that parent to decide whether they want to do it or not.
Definitely a parent choice.
Okay.
And there's no other activities that are going to be taking place then. I'm sorry, this is Board Member Cullen, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Amanda. But
No,
just so this is the only one that NMAA is trying to get pushed out right now is athletics, correct? We're not looking at, when marching band will start or when other activities will start. They just want to get the sports out there. Is that correct?
They've already
No.
cleared several activities several weeks ago.
I'm sorry.
They cleared several activities several weeks ago, the virtual activities, FCCLA and some of those other ones. Now for ROTC and marching band, they're looking into it right now. I know Sally Marcus, Executive Director of the NMA, did mention that a little bit in her Q&A this morning about marching band and ROTC. So they're looking into that.
Right. So the other ones are virtual activities then. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, I'm going to need your help here in just a second. And what I'm trying to figure out is I know a lot of school boards aren't even voting on this. I think they're just kind of moving into it. The question is exactly how are we to vote? I guess we're going off of the recommendation of June 29th. Lauren, I don't know if you could speak to that too.
Madam President, Lauren Hatch, General Counsel for the Rancho Public Schools. I think you just entertain a motion from the board, I guess, to approve the recommendation or not. I mean, I guess it depends on what the board wants to do.
Okay.
There could also be an amendment or a motion to put a different date. I mean, there's nothing that says it has to be that particular date. The motion could say after July 4th or whatever. I think I've heard that from several people.
President Galbraith, are they, can I ask Larry a question? Sorry. Larry, when are they looking at phase 2? I mean, I'm assuming that they just won't know at this point. They're just waiting to kind of see what happens.
Currently, there is not a date out there for phase 2.
Okay.
Noreen Scott, you had a comment. I'm kind of looking for I just want a little discussion. Go ahead.
I was just going to make a motion to follow Mr. Chavez's recommendations and let him use his judgment.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for the 29th of June. I would like discussion on this before we go in for to continue. Go ahead, Lynn Coleman.
Board Member Coleman, since you don't know what phase 2 is, and one of the 3 dates that the NMAA put out was also July 6th, that might be a good meeting of the 2. So I just want to throw that out there. My concern is that not knowing when phase 2 will occur, where that puts us. But I'm not in favor of June 29th. And so I would prefer July 6th, or if there's a later date that Mr. Chavez would recommend, that's what I would prefer.
This is Board Member Cullen. And this also with the tryouts of the sports, how that affects this, because they can't even try out because there's no contact. So for me, I'm more of moving to phase 2.
Oh, I'm talking into my pause mic. Jeffrey, do you have any more thoughts out there?
Well, as of now, I'd just say we stick with Larry Chavez's recommendation for now. And that's because we don't know when phase 2 is going to be. I mean, I trust his judgment. I'm like Noreen. Let's go ahead and get started.
So I have a quick question on this. So I have 2 student athletes, just putting that out there. And I've been thinking about this a lot. personally, as you know, and I'm trying to think of it globally as our full district. I feel very comfortable with our coach and what he's put out. He's put out basically exactly what Larry has asked for my children. In some ways, as a parent, I'm like, what's the point? Going out there when you can't be near your friends. But I know that my children long to be around other athletes. I really feel like they're missing that. And I'm grateful for all of the, the guidelines that have been set forth for their safety. I'm more inclined to go with June 29th. My question is, and I'm going to throw out Lauren's name again on this, just give him a second. But my question on this is, say we approve a June 29th, or even a July 6th, we go to that. Can we hold an emergency meeting if numbers seem to be going crazy? We have 3 weeks till June 29th. If numbers seem to start really climbing in the next 2 weeks, can we hold an emergency meeting where we halt this happening? Or is it just something that we could automatically halt? Can you give me some direction on that?
Yes, Madam President. This is Lauren Hatch, the General Counsel for Rio Rancho Public Schools. The board can always hold a meeting and make a different decision. Depending on kind of what the facts are at the time and the time frame, it might be just called a special meeting. I could imagine there might be circumstances that could support an emergency meeting, but an emergency meeting usually requires very dire consequences. It's pretty specific about what you can do. Generally, 3 days notice would be sufficient to be able to hold a meeting.
This is Noreen Scott, board member. We have 2 meetings planned over the next 2 weeks. So it would seem to me if things change by next week, we can always reconsider our vote.
I agree. So we have one for the 15th, and I believe on the 29th as well is actually the date of our next meeting. Dr. Cleveland, can I just get some additional thoughts from you on this and your recommendations?
It is a hard decision to make. I think, though, I'm hesitant to supersede what a parent wants for their own child. I have heard from some parents that their children are dealing with, it's something you mentioned, isolation, kind of depression, sitting around not doing anything. They're worried about those effects on their children as equally important as to the possibility of contracting the virus. And so there's some that really want their kids to get back involved in something. They just don't feel like they're doing very well at home. And I've heard that from probably 3 different parents. And that kind of goes to the issue of the mental health. They're feeling their kids need to be back involved in something very quickly. But there's risks with everything we do. And I think the issue that has been raised about the risks are very realistic. I mean, they're very rational. So there is a risk, but it is a risk the parent is choosing to take for their child. And so, in that sense, I would not be at all opposed to waiting until July 6th. We're past the holiday and a lot of people traveling and all of that. And I think that would be a good date as well. So if it would make more of the board feel more comfortable to wait till the 6th, I don't think that's a bad compromise at all. But I think, some of the issues that have been raised, I think it's just real important to know that there are parents who strongly disagree, not just little disagree, I mean, really strongly disagree, and are very eager for their children to get back involved in activities. So, but the board needs to just vote on what they think is the fairest and best thing to do, and I think people will fall in line. So I do recommend moving forward with letting the students come back. But when I don't have any heartburn with not doing it on the 29th at all. I don't have any heartburn waiting till after the July 4th. We don't know on phase 2, depending on all that we're seeing right now, all the social unrest and all of the the things that have been going on. One of the fears I think that public health officials have right now is that we could have another spike very soon, depending on, whether people have been exposed. And so we could have another spike coming up in July, but it's just, we don't know. It's one of those things that we don't know. And so I'm fine to go ahead if that's what the majority of the board waits. I'm fine to wait a couple of weeks beyond that if you think that's better.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for June 29th. We can go ahead and vote on that if there's a second who wants to give a second.
This is Maureen Scott, board member, and I am willing to withdraw my motion if board member Coleman would like to make the motion for a later date. I'm open to that.
Thank you, Secretary Scott. And so I would then like to make a motion that we begin the return to play date of July 6th.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Microphone out faster.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Wynn Coleman to open date at July 6th, a second by Jeffrey Morgan. Jane, can you please take a roll call vote on this?
I will. Vice President Morgan.
Yes.
Secretary Scott.
Yes.
Board Member Cullen.
No.
Board Member Coleman.
Yes.
Madam President Galbraith.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I would like to have something on the record. I would
Yes.
like to put on the record that I believe that we should move it to phase 2. That is why I voted no. I believe that this puts a lot on coaches during phase 1. And especially since we're unable to move other people within their district. So I think that we should have held off longer. However, I do understand the concerns with all the kids getting back into sports and other activities due to mental health. But I think for the overall picture, phase 2 made sense for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. So motion carries 4-1. My kids are going to kill me. I just want you all to know. They're going to be very sad. But I think it was a good compromise. Thank you, Larry, so much for coming and presenting this to us. And I know there was some work involved with it, and you have a lot of work ahead of you to work with these coaches. I hope that they can be understanding that we want them also to be able to move forward. If you could express that from us, we want that too. We just want to make sure that the school is prepared, the schools are prepared, and for all those things.
And I had the same concerns, and that's why I didn't want to open on June the 15th, and my recommendation was June the 29th. Along with Dr. Cleveland, I wouldn't have had any heartburn with July 6th, but thank you for passing June 29th. I'll get that relayed over to the athletic directors, who will then relay that over to the head coaches.
Yep. So July 6th. You said June 29th, but July 6th.
Oh, it's July 6th. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. Okay. We are, sorry, I'm still having a hard time with that last one. Okay. We are now moving on to item H, the Montessori program. We will have a report and recommendation, and this will be presented by Carl Leppelman and Jenna Chennault.
Good evening, President Galbraith, members of the board, Dr. Cleveland, I hope you can see me. With all the wind, can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you. Thank you, Carl.
Great. I know that Jana, who is going to be presenting with me, she's a school improvement officer. She's having some problems with her internet, but it looks like she's there, so that's good. What you have before you is a recommendation from both Jana and myself regarding the current status of the Montessori program. And we thought it was very important for us to really get this information out to you as quickly as possible, due to the fact that it has implications for parents, certainly, and for staff. And we have received a lot of information from parents today, and I believe that's very important information. I did review all of that, all of those letters, and some heartfelt letters there. What I wanted to clarify is that if you'll scroll down a little bit for me, Jane. Thank you, that second paragraph. When you look at the challenges for hiring new teachers, training is the first one. And I remember back when we started the program with Kathy Ferris and myself, with Dr. Cleveland's support and the board, the critical thing then was to make sure that all teachers were highly qualified. So at that time, we actually did face-to-face training with Joe Chabot, who was a kindergarten teacher at the time in our district and fully trained Montessori teacher. We currently are using a online type of a training. It's really basic, and it's typically used for EAs in those programs. It costs us around $3,000 a person. I wanted to clarify that because I think some of the parents thought that might be training for EAs. No, that training is actually for the teachers. I also like to clarify the issue of replacing the 4 to 6 teachers. Really what we're looking at, and it came to our attention, was that 2 of the teachers have transferred to 2 schools, and 2 would like to go into the traditional program. So we know for certain right now that 4 teachers would need to be trained. And we also know another teacher is looking at other employment. So there's a possibility of 5. And then as we looked at numbers and balancing numbers in primary, there's a need for a 6th teacher, and that would require another training. So we really are looking in that first issue of budget, 6, possibly up to 6 staff members who need to be trained. And so rather than go into each of these funding implications, what I'd like to first say is this program offers so much to our students. So this is not like we would not want to continue the program. What we want to do is really look at 1 year and then reassess whether or not we can actually have a fully developed program with teachers who are fully trained, and that we also have the necessary supplies and materials. We also have the need to train an administrator. There are 2 there that are new, even though the AP we still need some training done with administration. The other part we'd like to cover tonight is the pre-K tuition and what that implication is. So we'll move on to the total. You see the total cost, conceivably funding cost to the district could be $209,000. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to Jana and have her get into a little more detail in terms of some surveys we completed, as well as some of the information that we heard from our Montessori teachers. So Jana?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Cleveland. First of all, thank you for taking this so late into the board meeting. It's really important. I know you heard from several parents today, and I do want to validate their love and concern and commitment to the program. That's very real, and we want to acknowledge that, and we don't want to dismiss that. The concerns around the program really started in the spring, early in the spring, and it was always about an emphasis for training for the staff and support for the staff. And how do we train new teachers as they come, and how do we support them? So we had a conversation that some of you are aware of earlier in the spring, and there was a commitment by the district at that time by Dr. Cleveland and Mr. Leppelman to continue supporting the program and provide that training for this next school year. So we had passed that hurdle. Then we got hit with the current health crisis, and teachers were thrust into a new format of teaching, which included that digital component. After that experience, some teachers expressed concern with what next year might look like, trying to teach Montessori as a hybrid program or a digital program. They found it very difficult. Some teachers didn't. They found it doable and manageable, and you have some of their feedback that we've shared with you. So it's not completely one way or the other, it's mixed. We found it impacted the intermediate teachers more heavily. The content is heavier. The challenges with teaching, as you know, Montessori is multi-age. It involves students working at their own pace, and in math, they have work plans, so they're individualized. And it also involves, individual interest. And so that was challenging for some of the teachers, particularly having multiple Google Classrooms and trying to navigate that. So teachers had some concerns. Miss Jeantette and I, who's the principal, spoke about it and figured we need to capture those concerns and talk about what we could do moving forward. With some of those conversations, you've received the information about how the teachers are feeling and what they want to do next year. And I'm not going to say that that's all based on the health crisis, but I think that's for some of the staff members. And that left us some gaps in the program as far as instruction. So now we're back to needing to hire new teachers and train them for the program. We put a posting in to hire Montessori trained teachers, hoping we'd get some teachers who are interested that were already trained. Currently, we have 5 applicants, but none of them have Montessori certification. So filling those staffing needs is one challenge, along with not only now are they going to have to learn a new program, but they'll have to do it possibly in a hybrid model. We also wanted to then get feedback from pre-K parents. At the end of last year, in April and May, parents that were utilizing the pre-K program needed to find care for their children and couldn't continue to pay that in some cases, or their kids were home with them and the online wasn't what they preferred. So they either didn't pay April and May, or in some cases asked for tuition back even in March. And that's completely understandable. What we wanted to find out from the pre-K parents is if we have a digital situation next year, what are they going to want to do for their children? Because if they're going to need to place their children somewhere else, there'll be funding implications for us. So we put a survey out to pre-K parents. And I do want to make one correction. A parent was accurate. It's $700 a month if you're full-time in Montessori, but there is the option to do part-time, which is $500 a month. So it's about $105,000 that the district gets for pre-K tuition. That covers 1 teacher and 1 educational assistant for the program. If we lose funding to parents pulling their fees for the time that we are digital, which is completely understandable, we will have to absorb that cost. Last year, at the end of the year, that was $22,600. And that's to no fault of parents at all. So the conversation continued with, is that in this situation with the health crisis, do we continue to offer pre-K knowing that it may have to go digital at some time or be a hybrid? What do parents want? So I shared that information with the board. You guys can review that so you could see where parents were. Some really felt, I think the majority felt that online wasn't what they wanted for their children. A lot of them work full-time, both parents, so they really do need care for their children as well as that education. That does not dismiss their love for the program or their desire to have their kids in the program. Thinking about those components, we also talked about the fidelity to Montessori. Montessori is very hands-on. Their math program is completely hands-on. They have manipulatives the children use that are specific for Montessori. So that's one consideration with fidelity to the program. The other piece is trying to teach both grades at the same time and implementing the district's ReadyGen ELA curriculum, which can be challenging for the teachers. One of the benefits that we have is a little more time if the decision is made to keep some form of the program where teachers could plan. However, that will require them to do some summer work, which I forgot to capture in this as budgetary, but we will need to provide them some support in order to do that work specific for that Montessori and what Montessori will look like with traditional at the same time. One thing that I want to say is school is going to look different for all children next year. The reason we brought this to the school board now is because we know that there needs to be a commitment to this program in order for it to work well, and it will have a budgetary implication. With the additional staff member, even if it's just one additional staff member in training, we're looking at about $100,000. So that's just something for the board to consider. The good thing about that, the possibility, if we look at a program where it's perhaps K3 for just this year, that would be a one-time cost if all teachers came back next year, and we could see what the program looks like next year and maybe pick up pre-K again and not have additional cost if we don't have to train teachers. I do think it's very important that we train our new administrators at Sandia Vista so they can support the program. That's been very difficult for them in doing observations and evaluations, and the teachers have done a remarkable job of really trying to train the administrators on what Montessori is and training me and inviting me in their classrooms. So the teachers have tried everything to make the program work, and they have a very close-knit community, as you know from the letters you received today. So Carl, do you want me to review the two options before you make a recommendation to the board?
No, let me go ahead and cover those. Thank you, Jana. We really appreciate that information. And I think really digging in and finding out that information is really important to know. I think the biggest issue I see here is that issue of the pre-K. When it came down to it, we were looking at how can we actually build the program. When we first started the program, it really started pre-K, built up to grade 3, and we finally added 4 or 5. And if you look at the data, you'll notice in the data that actually by 4th and 5th grade, that's our lowest numbers. But at one point in time, we actually did have more students at the intermediate levels. One of the big concerns, obviously, is that pre-K. That's the $105,000. So when we make that commitment, we're committing to a teacher and an EA for next year. The other point I'd like to make is that currently, Mrs. Gentet and her staff are trying to get ready for school and making sure all teachers have positions in that school. So the decision tonight, or the direction of the board, is very critical for how we move forward. So there are two really options we see: is a K3 program, which would mean we could actually take teachers and the resources we have and consolidate that and start at that level. And then we would have sufficient number of teachers, highly trained teachers. We probably have to train one more. Unfortunately, the pre-K then doesn't exist there, and that's what builds the program the following year. But tonight we're actually recommending, based on all of the uncertainty with the reopening of school, the cost of reopening school, as well as really doing it with fidelity. We're concerned about the teachers and making sure that they can do a hybrid combination model and do it well. We're recommending that we actually, I'd say, suspend the program and start working at building that capacity next year, and then reassess it and look at the spring and really do it well going into the following year. So that's our recommendation that we've made tonight. But then again, there is another option there, and that second option would be looking at focusing our resources at the primary. So we open up for questions.
Carl, this is Jana. May I add one more thing that I forgot to share with the board, or that I would like to share with the board?
Please do.
The reason we thought K3 is because the program is heavy in the primary grades. That's where they get where the kids do a lot of the independent learning and the self-exploration, and they really get to do self-paced projects. There are still 4th and 5th graders in the program, obviously, but they start to drop off in 4th and especially 5th grade and move to more traditional as they prepare for middle school. So that was some of the reasoning behind why we considered the K-3 if we are going to keep it in place.
Thank you, Jana. Yes, and plus the majority of our students are at that level, total numbers of students. So that would also allow us that we can continue to build that into the following year. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. This has been a hot topic. I told Dr. Cleveland, I actually dreamed about it last night. I'm getting so many emails. We're going to move on to questions. I'd like to give Catherine Cullen the opportunity to give the first questions.
It seemed like, because I was surprised that this was on our agenda when I got it on Friday. So how was this communicated to parents that we were looking at doing this? Because it didn't seem like they were aware that this might be coming down.
I believe that there have been some conversations at the school site in terms of staffing, but we have not had direct contact with the parents. We've had contact with administration. We've gotten feedback from parents from the pre-Cal, so you see it there in terms of whether they would return if we went to an online model. But as you see, that within those comments from parents, that was a concern of theirs, that they weren't aware of that. And again, we just become aware of it also, that the number of teachers that we would need to train, and the concerns of the teachers, the current teachers in terms of actually teaching online in a blended model.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to ask. Can you guys turn, if you guys are not muted, except for, could you mute, because I'm getting feedback and I'm having a bad connection. Okay. So yeah, I think that's been a concern. I think some of them found out. A board member let her constituents know that had some concerns about this, that it was out there, because I don't think that they were aware that this might be coming on the table. And one of the things that I know that when Martha was on the board, as well as Ramon, we've asked about programs. I've been on here for a while, so I believe in 2017, Montessori program came up as well. We had a huge turnout back then from parents as well. And one of the things was this kind of the outcomes of our programs and costs that are associated with our programs, to see, you know, how they're doing overall, and actually taking a whole look at it as districts. So when this came up, this is kind of, you know, trying to offer this 2-page document, kind of come up to see where we are, because I'm looking at the cost of 209,000 costs, because obviously we always, you know, have teachers retiring, moving on to different programs. I mean, shouldn't this been an expected cost, that some of these costs are expected and already built into the budget?
Let me clarify that. Yes, the pre-K dollars, they are in the black. So if we generate 15 students, that would generate the dollars to pay for a teacher and an EA. I think the question on the table right now is, if we go online, will those dollars not be there? So that would be one of the concerns we have. Parents are saying that a blended model is not typically a good model for Montessori. I agree with that, because it's very hands-on. Plus, teachers have to balance all of the curriculum, much like Janet was suggesting earlier. The other cost for training is not in the ZBB, but we did not anticipate having to train this number of teachers. So that would be a cost that we typically would have to plan for. Yes.
Okay.
That would be a cost we would have to account for. And the new teacher, by the way, is really a balancing issue around the primary. And that is, if you went strictly traditional, and you can look at your PTR, and because it's not multi-age, you can work the numbers that you could actually have in the primary, one less teacher without.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Hey, Catherine, we can hear you, but you're cutting in and out. Maybe cut your video and see if that helps. Is anyone else having issues with hearing, or is everyone else hearing okay?
Please.
She is
Noreen,
a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm doing okay.
Everyone else is okay?
It's a little hard to hear. Catherine's kind of in that, she's kind of cutting in and out. And she's frozen.
I can hear
her video is frozen.
Yeah.
Okay, I cut my video.
It seems like it's working now, Catherine. Talk a little bit and we'll see.
If you can hear me, I'm gonna, okay, so yeah, I missed pretty much everything that Carl was saying in my answer. I mean, you were completely cutting out, so I don't know if I need to call in or not. Obviously, we want to finish this meeting, so can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yes. Member Cullen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. So I really couldn't hear the response. Obviously, it was like every fifth word is what I could hear.
Okay, let me speak slowly and distinctly. Does that help a little bit? It's hard. I think it's the wind. I don't know.
Yeah.
Really, the concern is the pre-K because it is it's in the black typically. But if we lose that funding, that's the 105 that's not budgeted. The training was unanticipated based on the number of teachers. I think the big question is that teacher of 80,000 is what you're probably asking. And did we actually put that in a ZBB? And the answer is no.
Okay. All right.
Madam President, Board Member Colon, if I can address your question about notifying parents. Some of this concern came to me from Ms. Jontet, from teachers coming to her about the concerns, what school would look like next year and the challenges with doing Montessori digitally. So I shared those concerns with Cabinet, and the decision was to bring it to you guys, but that didn't happen until school was over. So the turnaround was pretty quick. I know that it was quick for parents. We know how much parents love the program. And so this hasn't been an easy conversation, which is why we want to bring it to you guys for a decision and a commitment.
Okay. So, so I just feel that if we got rid of the program for a year, we'd end up losing momentum for the following year. When you get rid of a program, you have a more chance of it actually just going away completely, is my thought process on that. Personally, I would rather to see that if we needed to, the pre-K makes sense at this point because of daycare situations, but I'd rather see it through K through 5, and we just keep that until we bear the burden of those costs. I know it's a tough year to be bearing these costs, especially with everything going on, but I think that to change a whole program on such short notice when parents weren't aware of that is pretty tough for these families. And even though we have to make some of these hard decisions, I just think that, I wasn't even aware of this until today, and I have gone through this a couple of times with the board, but my thought process on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cullen. Let's go to Noreen Scott. Secretary Scott.
Yes, this is Noreen Scott, board member. We have already a waiting list at Shining Stars for pre-K, and there's a demand in the community. I agree with board member Cullen that I think we need to keep this program. It's a good program. It's something that's special, that's part of what makes our school district special. And I think that it's something we should really have more time to deliberate on and think about. And I agree, you suspend it for 1 year and it's really tough to bring it back. I think we need to find a way to make this happen. I really think it's a good program. Is it true, Carl, that we're the only public school district offering a Montessori program in the state of New Mexico? I see.
I know there's a charter. There's a public school charter, Secretary Scott, that does offer it, but certainly not a K-12, a public school like us. There is a charter, or there may be actually two, but we are the only district that offers that, and that's correct. And you know what? I have to say that when we opened Sandia Vista, the community was looking for something unique and different. And this is a unique program that meets the needs of a lot of our community. And we had actually at one time, Dr. Cleveland looked at expanding it. the real issue here is when we make this decision, and I agree with you that it's an important program, is given the presentations tonight on the reopening of school and the costs, those are the concerns we're bringing to, just to make sure you know that when we make this commitment, it might impact something else.
I think we all understand that. I really agree with Board Member Cullen that we should continue the program.
Thank you, Secretary Scott. Do you have any more comments before I move on to another?
Go on to the next board member.
Okay. Wynn Coleman.
So I agree both with Board Member Cullen and Secretary Scott. My concern is that it showed up on the agenda on Friday with something that is just so passionately, what I've seen, this is probably one of the top things that draws people out when it comes to them wanting to have a voice about what's happening in the schools. I think my concern is that we're looking at things individually, and I understand that this is a challenge with the budget, but my concern is that we're looking at this isolated, and I believe that really does it a disservice in that we have to look at the entire budget and how we're going to do things. But to have, with the community knowing over the weekend that this is going to be on there, and to have 27 people send emails saying that they passionately want this program, I am in favor of continuing it.
Thank you, Board Member Coleman. Jeff, did you want to give comment?
I agree with the other three board members. This is Board Member Jeff Morgan. I agree with the other board members. I say we keep the program. If nothing else, further discuss it. I mean, like everybody's saying, we just got the information the other day and have to make a decision. So I'm asking that we extend it and just have further conversation around it.
Thank you, Jeffrey. So I think one of the biggest concerns with keeping it, and it's like some other people might have some comments, is trying to find individuals to teach in this program. And that's a huge concern. Is that something, I personally, I'm in favor of keeping it. I'm nervous about not having it, but we do not have any trained individuals to teach in the program right now. Are we going to be able to figure out that piece of it as we go into August?
Madam President, can I add something to that question? That's an important question. The other question I have in front of the board with that is, if we only have trained teachers at specific grade levels, and for instance, let's say we can't find one 3-4 or 4-5, for instance, do we put those students in traditional for a year until we can find a trained staff member? Or, I mean, we'll splinter the program if we don't have all the teachers that we need. Not that we won't try, but we'll absolutely try to do that. But that's something to consider. We may not be able to find a teacher at every grade. And so that will splinter the program for a year, and we can continue trying to find somebody. But it'll be challenging with learning a whole new model of instruction while we're doing a hybrid. So we have to be sensitive to those teachers that are starting this year.
Yeah, if the direction of the board is to go forward, we'd have to jump on it right now and start really working to identify teachers and really for the benefit of the teachers and students, do it well and train them. So certainly, like Jana had mentioned earlier, have some time this summer with them, not just online, but online, certainly the courses. It's an intense amount of work to actually become Montessori certified. It's also a certain cost. But I do think that President Galbraith, we really would work hard at finding those teachers. The question would be, if we don't, and I agree, what would we do then? Would we just maintain the program at the grade levels that we can?
and so I think too, just because I know there's a lot of community members, and we're going to, of course, have to vote on this in a second, but the community members who are on, and, we need to make sure, I just want to put out there, get people that to start applying for these positions. I think that's what we really need. And there's so many people who are concerned. And like I said, I really did dream about it. I wasn't just making that up. There are so many concerns coming. But we need the community to bring forward teachers who are trained in Montessori. And we know that they're out there. Catherine Cullen, did you have a comment or question?
Yes, thank you. And I'm so sorry because I kept cutting out. So it was just hard to communicate and finish up what I was my thought process. But like Jeffrey Morgan said as well, that was one of my notes that I had here is that I'd rather table this and get more information if we have to, or just go ahead and vote on continue, or for me, keeping the program. But I think that it was a lot of information at a very short notice, especially with the community and all that. So I'm definitely not comfortable trying to get rid of the program for the next school year. But if this furthers more discussion, I was fine with tabling it and then bringing it back at a later date as well. But thank you.
Madam Chair,
yes, please.
Board Member Scott, I would like to make a motion that we continue the program and that we work very diligently from this day forward to find teachers to fill the positions that we need. I think
I would like to comment before the board does that. Would that be possible?
Yes, please.
I think it's really important that that no one thinks we're trying to get rid of this program, because we're not, and that is not the intent. I do think that got to be, hopefully we will find some teachers, but I'm not overly optimistic about that. Teachers are not moving much right now. They're not moving from one district to another, one state to another. The pandemic has just nearly killed our applicant pool. So I think that's a challenge. And I think when we're looking at 3 to 5 brand new teachers who have never worked in this program, we are going to have to know that it may have some challenges in terms of the academic progress of students this year, on top of learning the whole new Montessori approach. They're also going to have to do half of it virtual, of which some of the elementary teachers who've worked with Montessori for the last several years have said Montessori is not geared for that kind of combination program. It's one of the reasons they're looking to move on. So, I have no problem if the board wants to go that direction, absolutely not. I just think, everybody needs to be aware we're going to have untrained teachers. We're going to have teachers who are struggling to do both the Montessori and the virtual, when Montessori is not virtually driven at all. In fact, it's the antithesis of what Montessori is all about. And so it's going to be very, very difficult. And there are some costs, some pretty significant costs. But, I see those if we're going to continue the program. That's really not the biggest concern I have, because that concern is that's an investment in the future. If we're going to continue that program, absolutely they need to be trained, and that is an investment. But I just think about a situation where I had in any grade level or whatever, every single teacher was new, every single teacher is inexperienced. And so parents are going to have to understand that it may not look quite like it has in the past, for both the reason of it being virtual, but also the lack of experience. And some of the parents have had very high expectations for this program. So that being said, in the pre-K, again, I just want to be sure you have a picture of what happens. That when we shut down, then the parents immediately pull their children and put them somewhere else because they have to have the daycare. We're left paying the teacher we have no money for, and that teacher doesn't have any kids anymore anyway. So that's the pre-K is more of a financial issue than the other grade levels are. The other grade levels, teachers are being paid through the state like everybody else. So there isn't any financial concern there. I'm concerned overall about the quality of the program that we're going to deliver. And my fear is it's going to be substandard because we don't have people trained, we don't have people with experience, and And, but we will do everything we can to support them. We used to have a wonderful, highly trained Montessori person in this community who did Montessori New York for years, and she was one of the best in the country. And she helped us get our program started. But I can't tell you how hard it was those first 2 years to get the teachers trained and ready to go Montessori. And it wasn't just an overnight kind of thing. So we're putting a tremendous burden on those teachers. But if they really want to do it, and we work with them and train them, and I think we do everything we can to support them. I know a couple of other people who have some Montessori background that might be able to, whose children have been in Montessori programs, that might be willing to come in and help and support us. So whatever you choose, we'll do the very best we can. But in a year from now, if we see that the student performance, and we already had some issues with student performance, some time ago, which is why we made the shift to a combination program. That shift was made because of performance issues, not because of anything else. If everyone's willing to take it under those circumstances, and we'll do everything we can to make it successful. But I just want you to know that those teachers are headed into a wind that is going to be very challenging for them to do all the way around. And if the board wants to go that direction, that's what I hear. It's pretty much 100% the board wants to. Then we'll make it work. Just know that it's going to be really hard this year, and we'll give them all the support we can possibly give them. But they are not prepared to teach. They are not ready to go in there. And on top of that, we don't even have the educational assistants that are prepared to go in there. So I've never seen a situation quite like this one before, but we'll make it work. And I want to think we'll do everything we can to support it. And I do, my last comment is that I very much am a believer in providing choice within the public school setting. I think, public schools, whether we like it or not, we are a choice too. And people either choose to be with us or they don't. And so the more opportunities we give parents for choice, I think is a very, very good thing. We've talked about some magnet schools. I would love to see those come about in the future that would give parents even more choices. So I'm very much for choice. I'm not opposed to this program in any way. Just know that the constraints, if you looked at it unemotionally and you just looked at the pluses and the minuses, the deltas are much greater than I'm tired. It's almost 9:30. But you would look at it from that standpoint, plus delta, there are a whole lot more deltas than there are pluses if you just look at where we are with the program at this point in time. But the really big plus is how much the parents love the program and want to keep it.
Can I make one comment, President Galbraith? I know it's late. Because I want to reiterate this recommendation, either we're talking about this actually discontinue the program long term, is really looking at trying to help, because we worked so hard to start it. And it was really a ground level work. And I think one of our strengths is our parents and our students out there. I think that the difference was we've lost some staff. That's a critical component. So we'll, like Dr. Cleveland said, we'll do whatever you are going to recommend tonight. I would like to add, though, that we do need to make some, and one of the issues that came to you is that it came to us relatively quickly, but you needed to know, because we are trying to make sure that teachers know where they're at next year, and also those pre-K parents know whether we're going to be providing that program or not, because they need to make childcare arrangements if we don't offer that.
Thank you, Carl. Go ahead, Catherine.
President, real quick, I know there's a motion on the table, but I did have a quick question. What is the enrollment for grades 5 and 6? I mean, 4 and 5, I'm sorry.
16 students in 5th grade, and I don't have them in front of me right now, but I think it's like 18 in 4th. Is that correct? It should be in
20. 20 in 4th grade and 16 in 5th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a separate teacher for 4th and then a separate teacher for 5th? Or is it the same teacher?
Board Member Coleman, they have blended classes, so they're 4th and 5th grade together, multi-age.
Okay. And then Secretary Scott, what was the motion that you put on the table? Was it just to fully keep the whole program as pre-K as
Yes,
well?
Yes, no, it was to keep the entire program, including pre-K.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure how you had the motion on that. Okay.
A quick question. So what if we made this decision next Monday? Would that be hugely impactful? Is it something that you feel like we need to do right now, tonight? I know there's people watching and it would be good to do it tonight, but.
Frankly, Madam Chair, I would like us to make the decision tonight.
And this is Board Member Coleman. President Galbraith, waiting a week, can you tell me what you see happening within these next 6 days or 7 days?
The only reason I ask is because after listening to Dr. Cleveland, listening to, Carl and Jana, I just wonder if these parents will have a different thought process on it, because hearing that, they are very concerned. It's not as much the money. It is the money, but it's not as much the money as more of a concern that the program is not going to be ready in August. And I think we can go ahead, but I do think it's important that parents understand that, and they've been writing these letters, with concerns about us letting it go. Really, I think more concerned off the money, without realizing that one of the very big concerns is that we're concerned that we don't have teachers that are trained to fill the positions. And so I'm wondering if parents are hearing that, if it might change what they're thinking. If they're already starting to think, well, maybe I'll put my child into a different program for next year or go into a regular education. I don't want to lose these students in the district. But that's my only thought, is that to give these parents an opportunity to say, you know what, if you're seeing that you're worried that the program's not going to be ready in August because we've lost so many teachers, then maybe I don't want my child there. So that's my thought process in a long-winded response. So,
President Galbraith, can I add one other dimension that's very important? So I read in some of the parents' letters, and I've actually had a conversation with a few of them. Some of the questions they had, would a student who's transferred to Sandia Vista Elementary be able to stay at Sandia Vista Elementary School? And I would think that would certainly be a yes, because those have been accounted for in our numbers. And so that was something also I thought parents needed to know tonight.
you're muted now, Carl, so we can't hear you the last little bit.
I did that intentionally, but I think parents need to know that they love Sandia Vista. They also like the Montessori, but if we did look at the recommendation to not have it next year, those parents could go into the traditional classroom with those teachers, but they would not be in a Montessori delivery.
Okay. Okay. Gianna, did you have an additional that you wanted to add to that?
Madam President, I just wanted to add that the training to be certified does take a complete year. So the teachers will be working on it the whole year. And we would do everything we could to support them. I know the other teachers would work to support one another as well, but I just wanted everybody to know it does take a year.
Going back to Carl's comment, some of the parents are afraid that they will be forced to leave Sandia Vista because they do not live in that attendance area. And if the program were closed, they would be forced to go back to their home school. And so that's, again, they've been counted in all, as Carl said, all the numbers. I think we would definitely want to let them stay there. Children are now part of that school. And if that's the factor, I think Carl's just wanting them to be reassured that their child could stay at Sandia Vista if that's what they chose to do. So a good number of those children do not live in the Sandia Vista area at all.
Yeah, the other thing is terminating the program at this time. I'm sorry, this is Board Member Cullen, that I believe the lottery is probably closed at some of the other Montessori schools right now for next year.
Right.
So these parents haven't had enough time to be able to look at alternatives if we get rid of the Montessori program this year.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to call for the question.
Yes.
Did we get a second?
We did not get a second.
We need just for procedurally, we need a second.
But this is Board Member Coleman. Did Secretary Scott have a question? I didn't understand what she said. Do you have a question?
No, I called for the question, which means it's time to vote.
Okay.
About a second.
But we still need to, we'll still need to have a second for to call a question.
I know.
So right now, the motion on the table is that, or the motion out is that we would continue the program as a whole, keeping the pre-K program as well. And so that would be neither of the recommendations of the district. So that's the current motion. Is there a second that would like from
Board Member Morgan will second the motion.
Okay, we have a second on the motion. Jane, can you take a roll call vote on this, please?
I will. Vice President Morgan,
Yes.
thank you. Secretary Scott,
Yes.
thank you. Board Member Cullen,
Yes.
Board Member Coleman,
Yes.
President Galbraith,
Yes. So the motion carries 5-0 to keep the program intact as is. Okay. Thank you so much for your, I think you have a lot of work ahead of you. And once again, I just want to reiterate to any of the community members who are listening today that we need trained teachers. So please do your best to help out our district so that we can keep this program for you. And I'm going to ask Vice President Morgan to mute his microphone. There we go. Okay.
I just want to assure the board we'll do everything we can to make it work. So you don't think that that we won't. We will do everything that we can possibly do to make it work. And we have had such mixed feelings about it as well. I know that you've struggled with it as well. So we're glad the decision's been made and we'll move forward with it.
Okay.
And of course, I think that President Galbraith, that if we're seeing that there are hardly any numbers for the pre-K, we may have to look at that again, because if we start going into this and then there's no money being generated and they're going to regular classrooms, going to regular daycares, that might be a situation we might be incurring. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. So really quick, board, we have 2 items left and I think that they will go quickly.
I make a motion. No, I'm just teasing.
Okay. If we could just get through these last 2 items, we will have less on our plates in the next couple of meetings. But I've been texting Lauren Hatch to ask and make sure that we're going to get through this policy 208 pretty quickly, and we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to leave it to Lauren Hatch to review policy 208, meetings of the board, first reading.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Lauren Hatch, General Counsel for the board, board members, and Dr. Cleveland. I'm here to talk about a proposed change to policy 208. Jane, could you put that up on the screen for us? This policy talks about how the meetings of the board operate. And we're actually looking at a proposed change that will be on page 6 of the existing policy. I believe it's 125 in the packet. We're proposing to add a new section called G, State of Emergency. And essentially what it does, it has two major paragraphs. One, it basically says when there's a state of declared emergency, like the pandemic that we're dealing with right now, that the board may have to reduce or consolidate meetings, that they'll have to limit the items that are discussed to things that are urgent or that are really necessary for the district to continue its business. And that's in line with what the Attorney General, the guidance that the Attorney General has given us in the current pandemic, and we're just reflecting that language. And then it also has a paragraph, a sentence in the first paragraph that allows the board to authorize the use of digital or digitized signatures on board documents, and that if the board authorizes that, those documents are final and official. And if you recall, we had a brief discussion at a past meeting about whether the budget documents could be signed digitally or with a digitized signature, and we needed to have a board policy that said that was okay. The intent of this is to make that okay. We anticipate after the special session that the board may need to authorize another budget. And if the board approves this policy change, and if the board authorizes the use of digitized or digital signatures, that could be used when the board approves the next version of the budget. The second paragraph allows the board to have virtual meetings in a declared state of emergency or some other similar emergent circumstance. It's hard to imagine what those could be, so there's a little bit of flexibility there. I don't think any of us anticipated that the pandemic that we're in right now would have ever materialized. And yet here we are. And this allows the board to have, clearly allows the board to have virtual meetings. Again, it has to be time sensitive matters, and that's in line with what the Attorney General has recommended. The meetings would have to substantially comply with the list A through G you see there, and that actually is directly gleaned from the guidance that was given by the Attorney General in this current circumstance. So we would adopt that in this board policy. The last bit that's added there, it's kind of a little bit of a catch-all. The idea is that it's possible that we might have, in another situation, if we were able to be in one, that we might get different or conflicting advice from the Attorney General, and that the board would seek to comply with that as well. The Attorney General is charged with enforcing the Open Meetings Act, and we should give deference to the Attorney General's pronouncements on what's acceptable and what's not. Madam President, that's a summary of the changes, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Lauren. Okay, Board Member Coleman, do you have any questions on the policy? No. Okay, Board Member Cullen?
No, are we just going to do the second reading at the next board meeting? Is that what you're looking at, Lauren?
Madam President, Board Member Cullen, that was what I anticipated. This is a first reading, and that wherever it fit on the next agenda would be a second reading.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Scott, do you have any questions?
I have no question.
Okay. And Vice President Morgan, do you have any questions about the policy?
No, thank you.
Okay, looks good, Lauren. We appreciate you making these changes with our current state. So thank you. And so just next week we'll go ahead and we'll do the second reading on that. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board.
Okay, and our last item on the agenda is just to take action on the 2019-2020 evaluation of the superintendent that's been completed by the Board of Education in executive session. Do I have a motion to approve the evaluation as has been done by the board?
I'll move to accept the evaluation. Or approve it, I'm sorry. Approve the evaluation.
Board Member Morgan, second.
Okay, thank you. Jane, can you take a roll call vote on this?
I will. Vice President Morgan,
Yes.
Secretary Scott,
Yes.
Board Member Cullen,
Yes.
Board Member Coleman,
Yes.
President Galbraith.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. So just last, we have some advanced planning We have June 15th, we have a special board meeting that will be continued done the same way we're doing it tonight. Also on the 22nd, we have a regular board meeting scheduled. Dr. Cleveland, did you have anything closing that you needed to say before we adjourn? You're muted, Dr. Cleveland. Still can. I don't know if she's trying to talk to.
She's, hold on a bit, please.
Okay.
That's comical.
Hold on, Dr. Cleveland.
Somebody needs to text her and tell her she's muted.
I think Jane's in there with her. Nope. Dr. Cleveland.
You're muted.
It's because it's 10 o'clock at night.
It is. I'm tired. The 22nd, we hope to be able to wrap up the budget. Things that might be, obviously the budget's going to change after the special session. So the only reason we would have a 29th is if we couldn't get it done. And we're hoping that we can get it done. And we know you would probably love not to have another meeting on the 29th. So we're going to make every effort to wrap everything up on the 22nd. But if there was something unforeseen, the 29th would be the very last that we could do anything related to the budget for the next year. So hopefully we will just have those two meetings and wrap up the budget. But again, it's how quickly we get the information back from the state after the special session. And we know exactly what we are working with prior to the end of the month of June. And I'll try to remember, they made me put $20 for me today. I cannot remember to unmute the phone. So hopefully I still have it. Don't have it down, but I'm working on it. But it's 10 o'clock, so give me a little bit of flexibility. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. We appreciate it. And thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us. This meeting is adjourned. It's been a long one.
And thank you guys for being, because with my bad reception here, I finally made it through, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.